I could honestly go for some Path of Exile or something right now. I gotta play this game. Is that the right one? Pathfinder? No. Otherwise, we're not gonna finish it. So far, it's just been kind of disappointing when it comes to the writing and dialogues and stuff. We just finished getting the conch from that guy. Selling lots of money. The speed button, F. Now we have to get down there again without him finding out. Maybe we can teleport the hole. That's where we want to go, right? No. Undercroft. Is that it? Whatever, let's just go to the gullet. Hopefully we can convince him to let us down again.
Yes?
Didn't seem to care. I fucked Kana's sister yet? Nope. I'm not even using her. Not even for that. Gotta be careful, there might be some respawns. We haven't gotten very far at all. To be honest. Like, I'm still only in the second town. Sickened. Love the sickened traps. Play any good VNs? Wait. A cracked, dirt-rimed carving dominates the wall. In it, two hands rise from curling waves. Sockets like the one in the hand of the statue outside the temple have been carved in the hollowed palms. Both are empty. You notice a rushing, whispering sound coming from your pack. It's the conchs, both of them. A sound like a gentle crashing surf is coming from the shells. Place a conch in one hand. As you do, the thunderous percussive music of a stormy sea spills out of the conch. The conch. It rises into a wordless melody that reminds you of voices heard from underwater. The conch glows. Perhaps it's just a trick of shadows, but the stone hand seems to tighten around it. Place a second conch in the other hand. The other shell slides into place, glowing as brilliantly as its twin. A counterpoint melody rises from it. Carving shudders and something rumbles beneath your feet. You watch as the wall panel sinks into the floor.
It is not what the Brotherhood prepared me for, but I will do my best.
Large Kadhus shield. Grants Soul Strike. Heavy Shard, +3 deflection. Luminous Dissonance, -5% incoming damage from spells. Improves with Metaphysics skill, +5% incoming damage from weapons.
I'm here.
Exceptional Scale Armor. Two-handed Poleaxe, Wahaiburga. Standard attack AoE hits primary target, and up to +3 additional targets, friend or foe. Is that really good? -20% melee damage received for 2 seconds on launching attack. This seems really, really strong. Ataru Clothing. In here we've got Potion of the Resilient Body, Potion of Relentless Striking, and Awakened Root.
Yes?
Yep. Now that we have opened that, what do we want to do? Report to Prince Aruhi. I don't think anybody wants anything here except for Dario, and I don't want to help Dario. Is still there. I didn't even need to go up there. Oh yeah, I remember that now. That doesn't even lead up, it just leads you here and you get pissed off. It's still here.
The gullet is no place to wander. Watch your...
Pretty much done with Bia. I think we are done with Bia.
Kira, but have you pried any secrets from the gullet yet?
Haruhi raises his brow and motions for you to go on. The Principi are smuggling cargo via the Undercroft.
Undercroft. A darker, more fetid layer of Nekataka, I say.
He cradles his chin in his palm, looking off into the distance.
Onikaza and I are the mind and heart of the city, but the bowels, these we cannot reach. At least Delva's Row is a stable target. the Crown has time to decide the next steps.
Water shapers were helping the pirates bring in ships.
I had my suspicions, but I had no wish to see them confirmed.
Haruhi winces and looks away.
When it comes to the dignity of the guild, the Crown can compromise nothing. Onikaza will see their leadership disciplined, I say.
They must have needed the money. Can you imagine why?
Akira, I cannot.
Haruhi pinches his lower lip and sighs.
Onikaza and I both expect more from the guild, I say. She will not be pleased. Akira, but at least you returned to me in one piece. You are not the first agent I sent to the gullet, but you are the first to return. I cannot say that I desire to send you to worse places than the gullet, but...
Haruhi trails off and scratches the back of his head. Say nothing.
Does the name Ukaizo mean anything to you?
A lost city if local fables are to be believed.
Fable? No. History, I say. Ukaizo was the home of the Huana before cataclysm and destruction wiped the island from the Deadfire. That is the story. Story or no, I make no secret that we search for Ukaizo.
He studies you, allowing his words to sink in.
Many of my countrymen also believe that Ukaizo is nothing more than a myth. But there are others who would kill to find such a place if it were real.
And kill gladly if but a tenth of the myth was true.
Haruhi peers at Palagina before turning his attention back to you.
Our tribes are spread across many isles, but it is Ukaizo which binds us. Ukaizo, and the knowledge that we must return. To that end, a local cartographer secured a lead. A breadcrumb to a breadcrumb, I say. I sent an expedition to Matario Kozi, one of the Sanctuary Isles. They were to retrieve evidence of our lost homeland. They have yet to return.
Sanctuary Isles.
They were sites where our ancestors grouped in terms of crisis. Constants in changing seas. You have the cartographer Atepo to thank. He wanders the Western Shrine if you would know more.
What makes you think that Motaro Okozi contains evidence of Ukaizo?
The Sanctuary Isles give comfort and guidance to sailors on the long journey home. I am hoping the island can remember its purpose and return us to the home we lost.
How has the island remained hidden all this time? One second.
A question for those with years to gather reeds and scribe their thoughts.
Haruhi smooths back his hair and sighs. How can you do that? You've got a hat on you.
It might be that someone or something on the island does not wish to be found. In better times than these, I would have been happy to oblige.
Did I expect any resistance?
The trading companies would not have thought to look for Matario Kozi, but now they are vultures to carrion. I do not doubt that our rivals race for the same thing, all while we fall behind.
No further
Akira,
questions.
then you are ready to depart?
I'll keep an eye out, no promises.
Before you go,
Haruhi lowers his tone and glances to his left and right.
That did seem like too nice a way to end it.
the expedition, I have reason to believe they will not be returning to Nekataka. We found this at the palace doorstep, cut from the robe of the expedition leader.
He reaches into his pocket and draws forth a wad of red-stained bark cloth.
One mystery heaped on another, I say.
He drags his thumb over the cloth and frowns to himself. Let me see that. I might be able to learn something from it. Nodding, he relinquishes the scrap. A fragment of essence clings to the fabric like a thread woven too tightly to be unraveled. 3 trees tower above you, and ropey vines stretch like tentacles across a marshy ruin. It takes all of your strength to trudge through the hip-deep water. You glance over your shoulder, but the women and men of your company aren't there. Then a shape moves off in the distance. You draw your weapon, feeling now more alone than ever. The vision departs, leaving you with a deep pit in your stomach and the phantom sensation that nothing has gone as it should have. The prince regards you expectantly. Nature is restless on this island, but I can guess nothing more.
I suspected this, as you say. Take care if you alight on Matario Cozy. My fear is that the island is sanctuary no more.
Sighing, Prince Aruhi folds the cloth with reverence.
Prepare yourself for a hard voyage northeast of Nekataka. Matario Cozy is nestled in the Kua Rokuhu Islands, in the midst of a landmass that resembles a storm, like the fall of Ukaizo locked in time.
Aruhi bites his thumbnail and turns away, lost in thought.
Watcher, even if Ukaizo is a myth, Motario Cozy is old enough that it may contain some clue about why Aothis is interested in the Deadfire.
Is it Adepu? The sun-scarred Juana glances up from the rumpled sheet of parchments in his hands and regards you with unease.
Tepu, drawer of maps. I have nothing to sell unless you are needing something else.
He clears his throat and rolls up the parchment with a quick spin of his palms. You're the cartographer who discovered Motario Cozy, correct?
What I discovered remains to be seen.
A cautious smile spreads across his lips.
The Sanctuary Isles were thought to be lost beneath the waves. If I stumbled upon one, I can think of worse finds to credit my name.
Tell me about the Sanctuary Isles.
Our ancestors marked off specific islands across Deadfire as rallying points in case a great misfortune split up the tribes. Even they could not have guessed how important the Isles would become. Some thousands of years ago, volcanoes, storms, and quakes shook the archipelago. Any one of those do happen, but never with such ferocity or all at once. The Juana survived by taking shelter on the Sanctuary Isles to save our society, and not just any one tribe. Since those days, we have not found any of the old Sanctuary Isles. Ngati took some beneath the waves, taking whole tribes with her. Others were lost to time and forgetfulness.
Ngati is a Juana trickster goddess with a humanoid body and the head of an anglerfish, who is thought to lure mariners either into or out of trouble as her whim. They often worship her as Andra, making the Juana the only people that believe Andra has a physical manifestation.
I am told that the Oaxaci are protective toward the Isles, but that is their business.
How did you make this discovery?
I was surveying the waters around an atoll when a storm dragged my ship off course. The waters were unknown to me. When a green fleck appeared in my spyglass, I unfurled my sail. The shore twisted around itself, confusing even this old navigator until I found myself at the center. I did not make it far up the beach before I spotted signs of habitation. Marking my coordinates and orienting myself by the evening sky, I made for Nekataka to tell the crown of my findings.
Mentioned that entire tribes were lost.
Understand, the Deadfire was broken. The lives lost could not be counted. And more has been forgotten than may ever be remembered. Imagine how much history we lost in a single year, much less the millennia that followed. Whatever our people hoped for themselves, we may never know if we got it right or wrong.
If I was venturing to this isle, what might I find?
Death.
Tepu stares away, his face losing its color until he catches your expression.
I did not mean to frighten you. These islands have known great tragedy, and millennia have passed in cheerless silence. Should you land on a sanctuary isle, do not expect to find welcome. If we must.
You must have seen much on your travels. Ever found a sign of Ukaiso? Just hearing the word causes him to perk up at attention, though his lips press together at a slant.
There is not a Juana in all of the Deadfire who does not take to the open water hoping to catch a glimpse of the lost Ukaizo.
Nice.
Oh, if I could walk the beaches of our ancestors, take a fleeting glimpse of what they left behind, mine would be a life well lived.
What would you hope to find on Ukaiso?
The same thing we all hope for. Answers to the long silence that precedes our history. Who we were could tell us who we are. But if I am being selfish, maps, charts. Our ancestors were keen explorers, and a roll of their parchment could teach us more than what we have gathered in the last century.
Alright. Don't mind me just stealing things from the palace.
Hunt
Nuntanga.
or prey?
A woman with skin like hardened sailcloth sits upright and stares off to the distance, her lips held in a tight and thoughtful pinch. She blinks and sits even tighter as you cross her view.
So, it will be you, then.
Her hand strays toward a sheath at her side, but she holds your gaze evenly. Draw your weapon. I didn't come for this, but here we go. I think you've mistaken me for someone else.
Then, I owe you an apology. I have collected many foes over the years. Some of them would sprint up the mountain to see me pushed through the jaws of the great eel.
For you?
You do not recognize the great huntress of the archipelago? The candle of infamy burns too bright and too fast. As Nungata Whale Splitter, I cleared the jungles and seas alike of slippery creatures. I earned my foes later, when I hunted a deadlier prey.
Pirates?
Akira, often. I was a bounty hunter.
She smiles to herself.
It's been years since I tossed a harpoon, so now I stay abreast of what bounties need filling. That's Mataru retirement for you.
What bounties do you have available?
Interested in taking up the trade, are we?
Nungata thumbs her chin and smiles as she considers.
I warn you that I deal in the heads of the exceptionally dangerous. A lady needs standards, after all.
She raises her brow and searches for any sign of hesitation. Oh, we're not an assassin, so we can't take that. I assume that means they're exceptionally well priced.
You assume right, Hunter. Let's cut your teeth on clever Bena, infamous dwarf mystic of the obscured. A scavenger, I say. Picks off those who trust her for an evening, and then pockets their coin when she's bled them out. Bena was seen traveling on an island due southwest of Hasongo.
Okay, we need to go to Hasongo anyway.
Do you seek companionship on your travels across the Deadfire? Why not take a little friend along? We have many animals on offer, all well-trained and eager for a new home. Akira, you are sure to find one that suits you.
Still pets? Bubble the cat? Plus 25% move speed? Oh, that's just what he has. You move more quickly and your party is more effective with healing spells and potions. You receive a bonus to stride, and enemy attacks made against the party will graze more often. Pancake. Rhea. Mercedes. Oh, you can keep that. What do we have left to do here? Return to Dario. Establish a food source for the gullet. Well, didn't see any options for talking to the prince about that. Let's just go try again.
Do not leave me in suspense, I say. Have you found Matario Cozy?
I had other
If you
questions.
have questions, the royal brother will hear you.
We should talk about the food shortage in the gullet.
Shortage? Are the Raparu not fed the leavings of the Kwaru and Mataru?
The gullet is in a poor state. There's little enough to go around. Sighing, Prince Arihi presses his palms together in knots.
It is no wonder how Delver's Row won the love of my people, I say. By feeding them when we could not. Find us solutions instead of old problems, I say.
The Roparu need their queen. Won't she step in?
Ikira, for what would she sit on her hands if she had the time? Or the resources?
Arihi pierces you with an annoyed look.
The tribes beyond our city look to her as well, and the problems are as numerous as fish in the sea. Again, you bring this up. Speak on, I say.
Okay.
If you have more to say, I am not above listening.
Just wants us to solve it. It's exactly what I was expecting. He wants us to finish the quest line first before he helps us.
When I was little, me and my brothers used to spend hours chasing each other through the Merkberry fields. Don't think a day went by I didn't have a skinned knee or a bleeding elbow.
Oh, we did that sometimes. Only my brother usually had a hand in the bleeding.
He older or younger than you? Either way, I bet he's just as strapping.
Older. Was older. Then Raid Sarah's invaded.
Oh, I didn't... I mean, of course, it's... gone, but I'm so sorry.
So I guess it's time to leave. Got ships here. They're all really expensive. Do we need Medicine? Okay. Oh, there's piss. Yeah, we're just trying to progress. Oh shit. I just put them in there instead of selling them. Left click, okay. Dagger, stiletto, sell some hatchets. Oh, I'm the one making a bunch of money here. 8 breastplates, sure. Honestly, everything that's normal, just sell it. Not worth keeping. Same is true for all the normal weapons too. It's just like ranged weapons that can kind of be nice to find. Pams. Worm tongue. Fire. Alright, let's buy 1 worm tongue. Then Bardato hull. There are sails. Worm tongue. I still need 1 person, it seems. We don't have a cannoneer there, so if I get another cannon, I don't know if we get anything out of that. What are these guys doing? We don't have a surgeon. Of course we need ale. Fruit. I mean, I don't really know what to make of this. Like, do I just put everything up there? It's gonna get used. How do you get people who want to sail with you? It didn't look like you can just hire them, but maybe you can. Let's go to the tavern here. Was I not supposed to come back somewhere after a couple of days? Someone was to make a decision or something. I don't remember what that was. Or no, maybe that was one of the houses. They would have more jobs in a couple of days, but I fucked that up.
Out, pesky fly! Shoo, shoo! Ado, my friend. I knew our paths would cross eventually.
Avilion shouts over the din of the wild mare to get your attention, turning a great many heads to study your exchange. He takes a hearty swig of his tankard. Do I know you?
Not yet, but I know that we will be fast friends. Tell me, you are the one who sails that fine ship, Ak? Terrorize the docks with spirits, Ak?
Leaning in close, he sips from the tankard and loudly sucks moisture from his upper lip. Who's asking?
I am Aboko, and I am positioned to offer... I have opportunities for...
He clumsily unfolds a sheaf of parchment. The tankard slips in his grasp and spills ale down the front of his trousers. He gawks down at himself in horror.
1,000 times I practiced my speech. Merda. Never did it go this poorly.
You're saying?
I am supposed to be in the business of giving bounties, but I know no one who hunts them.
He stamps his feet, kicking up a spray of spilled ale.
No one will unfurl their sail for my humble payments. But I must start from the bottom and work my way to the top, Ak?
What bounties do you have available?
You will take the job? You will take the job.
He grips you by the shoulders and smiles, tears springing to the corners of his eyes.
Agrasima. Something special for my first hunter, then.
He drains the tankard and tucks it under his arm to retrieve his sheaf of notes.
I will start you on Meriel, the mad animancer. She tortures her victims with unspeakable treatments before casting what's left to Berath's will. My contact saw her leaving Port Mage and heading west of Mage Island.
I'll return with her head. Farewell. I wanted to find some sailors. A young woman lingers near the stage with a mug of ale clutched tight in her hands. Though she shows no interest in the dancers, the bags beneath her eyes speak to many long nights spent drinking in the tavern. She looks lazily about the room until her gaze alights on you with interest.
Have you seen an old elf hanging around here lately? Dresses funny, probably drunker than an eel in a barrel of mead.
No, can't say I have.
Andra's crushing void, I thought as much.
Sighs heavily and pinches the bridge of her nose.
Listen, the guy I'm looking for owes me a lot of money. 5,000 coppers. You help me find him, and I'll give you 20%.
Who owes you money?
The drunk old goat I was pestering you about, Oswald. Like the credulous fool I am, I gave him a loan and he ran off before paying me back.
Khan looks at you expectantly. 20%, but I'll be the one doing all the work.
Fine, Andra's great sagging tits, fine. You can have 40% and rights to whatever baubles Oswald has on him.
Don't strap on my adventuring boots for less than half, lady.
How about this? I give you 60% and we never discuss this again.
He lets out a tremendous sigh. Deal.
Haggling for the fun of it not keeping you busy enough? The man I'm looking for, Oswald, was especially fond of one of the courtesans upstairs, Analis. Maybe you can get more out of her than I can. She refuses to speak to me, the snippy little cur.
Thing.
Find me after you've talked to her. I'll be here, with my beer.
That's not what I was hoping for. Let's check out here.
You see anything?
Crew members, yeah. Novice cook, novice cannoneer. That's what we want. And we need a surgeon, right? She's injured. Still injured? How are you still injured? Do you need to rest or something? Let's hire another cook. That way she can rest. Because yeah, now she gets a bonus to heal rate. She's a decent deckhand anyway. I don't really know what this means or that. These are just deckhands. Deckhand, cannoneer, surgeon, cannoneer, cook, cannoneer. That's me? I don't know why there's a... Oh, because you can have multiple ships. Right. And Annalise. A young woman reclines on the cushions, a hookah hose held delicately in one hand. Eyes closed, she sings to herself. Her voice is soft and inviting. She doesn't move when she hears you approach, but slowly opens her eyes with a lazy smile.
Come, lay your head on my breast. I will read to you the work of my favorite poet, Skilber.
Hans looking for someone named Oswald. Sound familiar?
I'm sure I don't know who you're talking about. Now please leave.
It's clear you care quite a bit for him. Let me help. She chews on a knuckle, brow furrowed, deciding whether she should trust you. Then she sighs heavily and gives you a sheepish smile.
Oswald has visited oft of late. He's a sentimental old man, and he longs for the words of our homeland, Adir. I would often read the old epics to him in their original Eldadiran.
Her eyes gain a distant, unfocused look, and a wistful smile spreads across her face.
He's grown paranoid recently, however, always muttering about the shadows following him and other such nonsense. It was quite unnerving, frankly. He came to me in a panic a few days ago and shoved his journal into my hands. He told me he'd be back for it, but I've not seen hide nor hair of him since. I wonder, perhaps his journal would help you find him? Here, take this key. You'll find the journal in my armoire.
That your armoire. Give Oswald's journal to Khan. I think I'll read it first. Guten Tag. This afternoon I walked the streets of Neketaka and felt an unusual spring in my step. I cannot be sure if it is the fine weather of the archipelago, or my great distance from the Deerwood and the blasted Goose and Fox Inn that has gifted me this buoyancy of spirit, but I am grateful nonetheless. I have seen no sign of the girl. Hylia be praised. God's willing I have slipped her net at last. Meckwin's Dag. The shadows are strange here, seeming to move of their own accord. As I passed from Queen's Berth to Periki's Overlook this morning, I could have sworn I saw one turn to face me, then another. I fled the area as quickly as I could, and as far as I can tell, I was not followed. I have many enemies, as any man of a roguish, adventurous mien should, though none have cause to search for me here. I know these shadows must be but a trick of the mind, but still I am uneasy. The next entry is written in a shaky, wild hand, clearly penned in great haste. Greetings, Doug. As I put me down to bed this evening, I heard a faint whispering beneath the window. I always leave it open to better catch the breeze, and thanks be to Helia for it, or I might have been none the wiser. However, when I went to investigate, no one was there, and yet I know I heard voices. I may be old, perhaps even paranoid, but I am not crazy. I must leave this place with all haste. Gods protect me in my flight. On the next and final page of the journal is the symbol of Woodica, a broken crown scrawled in deep red ink.
Have you got any leads on that mad old goat yet?
Here's the journal. Khan flips through Oswald's journal, then stops and looks up at you, eyes wide. Someone has hastily scrawled the broken crown symbol of a Woodica across the last page. Khan mutters to herself. She traces the symbol with her finger and frowns.
Oh, Oswald, you've really stepped in it now, haven't you? Getting mixed up with Woodicans? You damned old fool.
She shakes her head sadly and closes the journal with a snap.
Where could they have taken him?
She chews on her lower lip with uneven teeth and mutters to herself. You must have sailed through half the Deadfire to get to Nekitaka. Anything catch your eye?
Not really. To be honest, I spent most of the trip out from Defiance Bay, bent over the bulwark, giving Andra a taste of my innards. I hate boats. Damn, if only I could find that captain who gave us passage to the Deadfire. Bet he'd know. Wait a tick.
She blinks, remembering.
When our ship neared Nekitaka, the bosun told me about a weird temple on an island in the Karatapu Channel, southwest of the city. She wouldn't tell me what it was for, though. Got real spooked when I asked. Why don't you go take a look?
She marks the location on your map with a flourish.
With any luck, you'll catch the old goat there in one piece, and we'll both leave here with some weight in our purse.
Alright. Why not? Do we need a nap? White leaf. We're cursed. How do we get rid of curses?
See anything you like?
Nap good enough? Yep. That my boat? Yeah, that's my boat. Let's go to my boat. Manual way. Map Emporium open?
Oh, hello. Welcome to my shop. It's such a pleasure to see a new face.
Hansa bounces back on his heels, a wide grin plastered on his worn face.
How might I assist you?
What do you do here?
Oh, I am a cartographer. I make maps. I'm not half bad at it either. And may the gods forgive my immodesty for saying so. If you need a map of any settled region of the Deadfire, I am your man. And my commission rates are quite generous. It used to be I would take to the sea and do a bit of charting myself. But I haven't the time. Too many maps need making. A shame, too. There's a whole swath of the Deadfire I've yet to see. I'm quite keen to write a book, in fact. Oh, but I won't trouble you about that. Excuse my nattering on, won't you?
Tell me what you have for sale.
Certainly, certainly. It would be my pleasure. Of course, it's mostly books and knickknacks. Maps I do on commission, you see.
I only came in here for the books, or for the spyglass. Allow you to view objects from land while on your ship, while also providing a special option during many encounters in the world. Okay, let's buy the spyglass. Nothing is lost. The search for Ukaizo. Okay, so you have nothing. Take that, though. Is that something you have to equip here? I just, like, have it on me. Brass Citadel. Alright, well. Yeah. God for us, I guess. Oh, Biblio, how's it going? As you ready your ship, a cloaked figure mounts the gangplank and roughly forces a burned book into your hands. They turn and depart without a word. The binding of this tome reeks of smoke. What few pages remain are crinkled and black. Based on the few chapter headers that survived the fire damage, this might have been a book of antiquated laws. Now it's nothing more than a charred relic of authority.
You crack the spine of the old book, revealing blackened pages of dense, illegible text. The words recede into the shadows the longer you focus on them. Suddenly, the page widens to eclipse the world around you. A dark void stretches out on all sides. The air full of choking fumes that carry dying embers and curling flakes of ash. Something stirs in the darkness. An old woman steps forward, leering down at you from on high. Her smile is toothy and cruel. Her cheeks warp around it like melted candle wax.
I'm so glad that my messenger tracked you down. These days it's impossible to find good help. Before you draw your weapon, know that these proceedings are under a banner of peace. If this was a trap, it would have already closed around you. While Bareth whispers in one ear and Aethys shouts in the other, I thought you could use a more seasoned perspective to drown out the noise.
I am intrigued. Let's talk.
Don't you find it unusual how open and accessible my siblings have made themselves? After millennia of subdued whispers, now they practically scream their intentions. And isn't it strange how we never bicker unless a mortal is watching?
Is it? You tell me. Say nothing.
If we still possessed our glorious titans, my siblings and I would have put an end to Aethys and his rampage by now. While we are powerless to stop him, some of my kin wish to observe how mortals respond to this threat. They think it will shine a light on the value of our patronage.
Is it better or worse than the first game? I don't know yet, really. We haven't really gotten that far. I was sick like all last week and we didn't really play that much. We're still pretty early in, but it seems to be both better and worse in some ways. But it all boils down to the story, right? So we'll see.
Have we raised you well enough to be self-sufficient? Or must we return to Eora and impose some corrective measures? A cross-section of society has converged on the Deadfire. Some of my kin are of an opinion that we are meant to judge mortals on the basis of their performance, while the rest of us have already made up our minds on the matter.
Why do I get the feeling you're trying to convince me of something?
Judge for yourself. But I think you'll find my intentions are more straightforward than you think. When we ascended to godhood, we did so to provide for a savage people. Our goal was to craft a society whose values were made to last. Perhaps even a society that had no need of us. A naive fallacy, but one that inspired my optimistic, misguided kin. How you and your allies counter this threat will demonstrate whether you are competent enough to guide your own destinies, or if we need to revise our strategy. The soft-hearted among us are counting on you to win this existential wager. No doubt, Aethys shares their sympathies. I do not. We exist to rule over mortals. Nothing can change that. So now you know the truth. I assume you have questions.
The gods think my actions can prove their point about mortal society?
Prove it or disprove it, yes. I never agreed to this arrangement, but if your example demonstrates mortal ineptitude, as I trust it will, then I can make the plans serve me. An assertive minority of gods believe that your choices will prove the value of their wild optimism. As if mortal collaboration and ingenuity are endorsements of our leadership. Then there are those of us who know better, who are not so easily convinced. Kith are vulnerable, unless they submit to the destiny we chart for them. Thinking otherwise can only breed dissent and chaos.
Tell me about this enlightened society you once wanted.
It was an ambitious plan, our utopia. Perhaps too ambitious. We ascended to power, responding to a need inadequately satisfied. Assuming these roles gave us the authority to mold Eora over time, to influence you and lay the groundwork for a society yet to come. On the outset of the plan, some believed that mortals would outgrow us. As if that was a favorable outcome. To me, our eternal pantheon was always a critical fixture. Aethys was one of those who supported mortals, while I have always been their most vocal critic.
Why do the other gods tolerate your opposition?
Opposition can take many forms. If a church embraces and weaponizes my doctrine, that is very different from me rampaging as a titan. Aethys is not known for subtlety. Twice now, he has contaminated the purity of our experiment, and done so with extravagant displays that undermine our authority.
What you call what Theos did subtle?
His approach was sophisticated, indirect. I owe you no explanations on the matter. Besides, you are not worthy to speak his name. I am the counterpoint to the soft-hearted. It makes no difference if mortals pass some arbitrary test. My mind is settled on the matter. Regardless of my feelings, the timing of this crisis forces us to accelerate our schedule. Final judgment comes sooner than any of us would prefer.
Well, okay, we'll speak again.
Yes, I think we will. This is not the end of our discussion. You know how to find your way back to this place.
Wotica nods stiffly. You feel her presence drift as a breeze, rustling as it goes.
The gameplay isn't... It's not entirely better. Like, it's worse... It's better and worse at the same time. Like, they had good intentions, but I think most of them, like, only had negative results. Like, they made all the buffs work in really poor ways. Now, if you can find the spells here. I don't think so. Like here, I've got blessing and I've got holy power and I've got whatnot. Blessing here, it gives you insightful for 30 seconds, which is +5 perception. And almost all the buffs work the exact same way. Dire blessing gives you aware, gives you +5 perception and 50% grace to hit. And this here gives one target +5 constitution. And these values are so low that it doesn't matter. Like, if you give somebody +5 might, all they get is +15% damage. Which isn't really that strong. And +5 perception, that's +5 accuracy, which means +5% chance to hit. Which is also super lame. And it doesn't really get better. Like, the higher level spells are just as weak. One gives you Resolute, it gives you 5 Resolve, that's -5% chance to get hit, etc. So, and I made my character a priest buffer. So that's why I'm really bothered by this. The buffs are just so pathetic. They're not even worth casting. But I think the idea is that now if you have fear on you. Fear is a resolve affliction. So if you buff somebody with resolve, that cures fear. So this spell now gives you resolve, this cures fear. And the same is true with, like, blessing. It gives you perception, that cures blind now as well. So you kind of have to see the buffs as, like, you use the best buff you have once, and then the rest of it is just, like, if somebody is blinded, you give them bonus perception, and then it's not just that you cure them, they also get, you know, the bonus. And there are a lot of things like that. Like, there were changes to the penetration, armor penetration system. It's also good, but it's also worse at the same time. Because it's really annoying. And am I excited for Dwarf Fortress? Not really. I don't think that they've really done much that matters. And more than that, it's fucking $30. For a game that's barely beta. Like it's like an alpha game. Why does the volume feel so low? Biakara. Both binders sanctum. Is that the closest thing? Is that the Woodka thing? Sight of a recent battle spreads before you. The bodies of the routed force still lie where they fell. How is there a recent battle here? There's nobody lives here. Though most have been picked clean by scavenging beasts. You take some time to explore the battlefield and find nothing. Find a motley assortment of coins of the warrior's remains. On the warrior's remains. Coins. That's it. After hours spent wandering through the desert, you stumble into a lush oasis nestled against the base of a massive pyramid. You search for an entrance and finally spy one at the very top of a long staircase. Ascend the pyramid. It's a tough climb, but that doesn't stop you. Drenched in sweat, you finally enter the welcome shade of the room at the top of the pyramid.
Candles lit in an abandoned temple. We saw this in Gilded Vale too, but I doubt Aethys is keeping these flames alive.
These fractured reliefs portray the broken crown symbol of Woodica. That was a strange sentence. Blessed incense, obsidian flake. The eyes of the statue seem to follow you wherever you walk. Whoa.
You hear that? Whispers in the darkness. Whispers from the grave.
Nice that they got a whole room where their skeletons can relax.
Yeah, man. Go talk to the spirit. Trust spirits. The story's stuck fast. The statue decorating this small shrine has been dusted and polished to a shine. Oh, nice. Oh. The only thing here is the spirit room. The translucent visage of an Orlan glows before you. At your approach, it shimmers. You're swallowed by a tide of bewilderment. Reach for the soul. As your mind strains toward the confused soul, the presence of other spirits begins to prick at the edge of your awareness. You sense their rage is directed not only at the bright soul, but at your intrusion. A rush of grisly images flash before you. Sadistic murders, violent torture, and worse. A din of spiteful whispers assault your mind as the depraved soul relieve their gruesome crimes. They take glee in the terror of their victims. The confusion of the bright soul lessens, Emboldened by your presence, it shines with a steady azure glow. The whispering souls retreat to their shadows. Your mind clears. You extend your perceptions to the bright soul, and it reaches out to you in turn. The world slips away. You wake with a start, unable to breathe. Someone covers your mouth with their hand, their grip so tight you can taste the salt in their sweat. You're hauled from your bed by three dark figures. They drag you screaming down the stairs and toss you into the road. You stumble to your feet only to be painfully thrown back down. Taut ropes bite into the flesh of your wrists. Murderer, accuses one. Betrayer, shouts another. Your neighbors watch from their windows, mouth agape. None of them come to help. You turn away as you scream their names. You feel a jolt on the back of your head and darkness envelops you. When you come to, your knees ache against cold sandstone. You betrayed nothing, killed no one. Confusion and pain swirled in each panicked plea. Hardened eyes stare back at you through slits in an expressionless mask. You find no reprieve in them. Words are spoken but lost within the rhythmic pounding in your head. This can't be happening. The masked figure demands justice. A sword swings and you feel the hot bite of steel against your neck. Oblivion rolls over you like a tide. Abruptly you find yourself back in the ruins. The confused spirit pleads to you without words. Its shimmering glow almost childlike. Come, it's time to leave this world behind.
If you've seen what you need to see, Watcher, I'd like to fulfill my duty and reap this soul. Will you allow it?
Doti raises her lantern. Eager, the light slices eerily across her face. Go ahead. With a rattling shake, the lantern's otherworldly light flares, and the soul is sucked inside. A hard shudder racks Soti forward, and she moans, sweat beading on her brow. Jealous whispers return with renewed malice. The guilt of the damned bears down upon you, an unholy chill that sinks deep into your bones, your very marrow running cold as ice. Unnatural shadows dance in the darkness around you. Hello, Mr. Unnatural Shadow. You want to go?
Certainly.
More shadows. Are weak to fire.
Get thrashed!
Stand together!
That guy is very flanked.
I'm on it.
Oh, that was all the damage it took? Holy shit.
lantern.
Dangerous creatures have made this sacred place their home. If it is Woodika's will that they remain, it is not our place to disturb them. Further, remember that we are not here as looters. Anyone caught thieving will meet the Strangler's justice. Let Kudwina's death be an example to you all. I am here as a looter. Other beetles. Strong to fire. What we do with that? Spreading plague. Oh, see, the problem with the buffs being as ass as they are, the debuffs are just as terrible. Like here, I can make 5 enemies hobbled and weakened. That gives them -5 dexterity and -5 constitution. That's gonna give them -15% attack speed and like -15% max health or something maybe. No, actually, -25% max health. So that's almost okay. Now, these guys are, like I said, the grubs are strong against fire, but they're still not strong enough. Can still do full damage on them. You, Pillar of Faith, there in the middle. See, you have a choice. Like, do you want to debuff the enemies and give them -5 dexterity and -5 constitution, or do you want to do 36 to 46 crushing damage with 9.8 penetration, and it knocks them down for, well, it doesn't say, but they get knocked down, and knockdown is an actually good debuff. But yeah, I think it's hard to say whether the skills have been, or like, whether spells have been buffed or nerfed, but some have been buffed. Like these, all the Minulettas, which is basically magic missile, they have been buffed. Because before, they just did like 9 to 13 damage. But then the armor in the game was all flat damage reduction. So like most enemies had like 10 armor. So Minuletta's bounding missiles did like 3 damage to every single enemy in the entire game. But the way it works here is that this enemy has 4 armor and it has 8 fire armor. And Fireball has 8.3 penetration. And that means that since we match their armor value with the fire, we do 100% damage. But if they had had 9 armor, we would have done 25% less damage for each step above. If they had 10 armor, we would have done 50%. If they had 11, we would do 75% less damage. And 75 is the minimum you can do, or it's 25% of your damage is the minimum. So these spells are stronger just because they don't get reduced as heavily anymore. So offensive damage spells I think are still pretty good. And there's also the fact that in this game, spells are per encounter. It's not like in 1 or in Baldur's Gate where you have per rest. So here you can just use up all your spells, and then you have this ability here called Empower, which you can use 3 times per rest, once per encounter, and that will replenish your spells for that encounter. So you can use up all your spells twice, 3 times per day. I'm gonna nuke a deer. Sorry, bro. You'll live. Especially if I do that. Damn. And I do prefer that you can use your spells per encounter. It's just more fun. I never liked spell charges per rest, really. That's like a tabletop thing at best, but even there I never really liked it. Bye bar. Oh, hello. Aquamarine. The crush of time has significantly weakened this section of wall. You feel a slight breeze coming through the cracks between the stone. You suspect that the wall will come right down with a little bit of force. Pry bar. You start to put leverage on the pry bar and the wall begins to tremble. If you continue, there will be no way to get out of the way without collapsing the wall on yourself. Stop using the pry bar. Attempt to break down the wall. Adair charges into the wall, but it doesn't budge. Adair stumbles back, grimacing in pain. Yeah, it was injured. Fine. We'll use the pry bar. You manage to pull the wall down, but it collapses right on top of you. Ouch. That we got a speed potion and $100. Cool. Injuries did we get? Major injury, is that all you get? Just get no wrenched shoulder, -3 might. And we got 50% of crits converted to hits, -2 penetration, -15% max health. Loti sways on her feet, a soft low moan easing from her throat. She rubs a thumb over worry-bitten lips. You feeling okay? Sweat trickles a line from her temple to drip from her chin. Her eyes are hazy, far off. Slowly she swallows, throat working to bring her voice back. Or to keep her meal down.
It's nothing but a waking terror. Soon to pass.
She shudders hard, coming back to herself.
You may want to aim away from our watcher there if it's gonna pass out of your mouth. Sorry. I know you're going through something there.
Adair clears his throat.
You could call it something, all right.
She tilts her head, brow pinched as if she can't tell if he's poking fun at her or not. Drape your arm over her shoulders and nestle her close. want to talk about it?
Now, there's no need for that. Unless
She juts her chin to the right.
you see those shambling corpses too.
At her hastily whispered words, the hair on the back of your neck stands on end. You glance around just to be safe, but there's nothing to be seen. Nothing unusual, anyway, even in the direction Zoti is staring, affixed. What do you see?
I see a body of stitched together parts and flayed flesh. It's got 3 heads and 4 stretched limbs. On each of its heads curves 3 white horns from above 3 blind eyes. The beast is big as a mountain, and shambling toward us beneath the sun turned black as slow.
Her eyes roll skyward and she teeters on her heels, as if she is riding the cusp of a seizure. The lantern rattles in her grip. She exhales a sigh.
I know it ain't really there. Lately, it's been getting worse. Some nights I wake sweaty and shaking. Other times, I'm already awake. I got my eyes wide open, staring down the darkness, watching one lantern after another flickering out. And every soul looks so ripe, darn near rotten with a need for reaping.
What does that mean?
Dark days are coming for Kithkind. When the last light of hell burns out, the final harvest will be upon us. I think we might all die out.
A deep line crinkles between her brows.
But does God want me to stop it? Or to help?
Well, we can relight the lanterns of hell given enough time. All is not lost. I don't know what any of this means.
I sure hope you're right, Watcher. 'Cause if you're wrong...
Nervously she jiggles her lantern, eyes lost in its flames.
I know you're right. Gon's chosen me. So until I figure out what's needed of me, I'll do my darndest to help you on your path.
She lifts her gaze to your face.
We'll figure this out together.
Shoulders squared, she looks off into the distance. Is there anything we can do to alleviate your nightmares?
I'm carrying more souls than I've ever shepherded before. So, I don't know that it'll work this time, but used to be. When the dreams were riding me hard, I'd cleanse my soul before Gon. If we stop by the temple in Nekataka, I can perform the ritual. Please, I need the relief. It won't take more than a minute under Gon's statue, that's all.
I don't like her. She's a terrible character. And the reason for that is she feels like someone's RP character. And she has like one personality, which is I reap souls. And that's like the only thing that that person is RPing with the character. You feel a soft breeze blowing through the crack in the stones above. A cat! Peter! A lot of spores. Sporting man, come here. No, come on, come here. Alright, fine. We'll just kill you.
Sure thing.
They are strong to blunt, weak to acid, weak to slashing. Can use bounding missiles, yeah. See, this is the problem with the penetration system. Now they all have like 6 different armor stats. And instead of just being like, okay, he's weak to pierce, I'll use my pierce ability or my pierce spell. Now it's like, okay, He's got 6 slashing, or he's got 8 armor and 10 crushing. So that means we might be able to use a pierce. So then when you have to like look at your crushing spell, it's got 8.5 penetration. You have to look at your piercing spell, it's got 8. Alright, maybe we'll use the piercing spell then. Fire's got 8.32. Oh, Jolting Touch has 9.8. This one only has 7.8, but this one does corrode damage. They are weak to. Anyhow, let's use Minoletta's bounding thingy there. Charmed! What is charm? Spore Cloud, -5 intellect. Alliance flipped, cannot use active abilities. I don't have any intelligence buffs. However, we can use suppress. Well, it might not work on her because she's hostile. No, it worked.
I'm no help here.
Death take you.
The game is getting a little bit more tolerable now, but in the beginning, it was really fucking weird as well with the difficulty, because everything was like
Sure thing.
super strong.
That hit true.
I'll light the darkness.
I shall.
Like, enemies would do 40 damage with the ranged attacks when I had like 80 health, and there would be 3 of them. It was a little bit absurd.
Lava room beyond seek. Stand together.
Weak to corrosion. Use that then. The gameplay is slower in general, but I'm fine with that.
That's for my friends.
Right, this room was empty. Nice. This is my first playthrough too. Just don't pick a buffer. Don't play a priest and say you want to go buffing people. Don't do that.
Keep it down.
Otherwise, I'm sure you can't go wrong. Well, if you go silent, that's probably a bad idea. Unless you multi-class. Traps, traps, traps. More traps. Come on, that's a trap.
At once.
That's a trap.
What can I do?
I want a level. Holy shit, we're really close. But I kind of felt. That looks nasty.
By decree of the Queen that was and the will of the Steel Garrote, you will meet justice. Kneel, Oswald, and be tried for your crimes.
Wait! I can pay you. I can make you all rich. Just let me go.
Your bribes fall on deaf ears, Oathbreaker.
Need I remind
we seek
you of what
only
happened
to
the
exact
last time
Whitaker's
we
justice.
interrupted a trial?
Huh? What? But I didn't do anything.
You stand accused of crime of oath breaking. What say you?
I haven't broken any oaths. I swear. You have the wrong man.
Did you not betray your country of birth during the War of Defiance?
What? But that was over 150 years ago.
Then you freely admit your crime.
No, it's not what you think. Duke Hadred, he forced me. I had no choice.
Oswald of Adir, the court of Whitaker has found you guilty.
Right. Gonna shoot them in the head. Oswald, run away! Low crushing. Yeah, crushing seems good there. Come on. Come on. Cast. Cast. Cast the stupid spell.
Hey. We had some good times.
Inquisitor Ludwig. He's got a lot of brains. Go with this guy, maybe. Oh, no, he's down. See, this is the problem. Like, there's way too much damage in the system for how slow it is. Hits a deer with a normal attack for 39 damage. So, in here, 38 damage. It's just really, really hard. Once a character starts taking damage, you can't really react to that and heal them or anything like that. Maybe it'll get better later, but that's just how it is now. You just can't react. canceled my thing. Throw it. Finish throwing the fucking fireball already. Holy shit. So are you? Okay, so now we need to kill this guy. Oh, we did manage to get somebody down there. Let's see here. We can use this there.
Seems fair.
Yeah, she healed for 43 and then instantly took 32 damage. Cast Watchful Presence there. Once we're done buffing that, this spell, it does 4 burn damage whenever they take damage, and I think it's pretty decent in combination with this Lepus magic missile. Now she's going down? Or are you even standing? Armor rating, that's what I want. Nuke the other initiate. Oh, don't run! Or magic missile. Come on, heal. Another Watchful Presence. Might as well pop that. There we go. And you also restore your spells.
It's no use.
Paralyzed. Alright. Got 2 characters down.
Absolutely. Lava beyond. This is futile!
Death to those who oppose
You have a potion. Drink some potion.
cannot hold
That-
out much longer.
That's pretty much over now.
I owe you a debt too large to repay, stranger.
He wrings his hands and gives you a shaky smile.
How did you ever find me all the way out here? Did Inalis send you?
Tom sent me after you.
That tenacious little wretch. I owe her my thanks. And a drink. Several drinks. And a fair bit of money, too.
He grimaces, his broad brow furrowed with deep wrinkles.
Those steel garrote zealots have been after me for decades. Good riddance.
So, about my reward.
Ah, yes. Yes, indeed.
His attention is suddenly diverted by an apparently fascinating stain on the hem of his robe. You're broke, aren't you?
Yes. Unfortunate business mishap. You know how it is, I'm sure.
I know I ought to be feeling charitable, but I mostly just want to wring his neck.
He titters nervously and twists the hem of his robe in his hands, unwilling to meet your eye. Look, I really stuck my neck out here.
You did risk life and limb for me, it's true. And make no mistake, I am grateful. Really, really grateful. Believe me, I would give you something if I could.
His eyes take on a faraway look and he takes a deep breath.
Well, that's not entirely true, is it? I have this old ring. It's the last possession of any value I own. Here, take it for your trouble.
He presses a simple length of string, twisted into a makeshift ring. He presses a simple length of string twisted into a makeshift ring into your palm and nods, a small frown tugging at the corner of his lips.
You have a ship, don't you? Of course you do. How else would you have gotten to this benighted island?
He shifts the weight from foot to foot, restless and unsettled.
Let me join your crew.
Why did the Inquisitor have you on trial exactly?
After what you did for me, well, I suppose you have the right to hear the truth of things. The whole truth, rather.
Oswald clears his throat with a theatrical flair.
You remember that the Deerwood was once a colony of Adir, yes? Well, I was one of the first colonists to set foot on that benighted continent. When it became evident the Deerwood intended to revolt, I took their side in the War of Defiance against the country of my birth. I'm sure you'll be astounded to learn the powers that be in Adir didn't much like that. The Steel Garrot's been after me for my grave transgression ever since.
I'm impressed you've survived this long.
As am I, my friend, as am I.
He rubs at the back of his neck and chuckles nervously.
Those Steel Garrot hounds are relentless. But it should be a couple of years before they find me again, thanks to you, at least. I hope as much.
His shoulders slump. What could you offer as a member of my crew?
It's no secret I'm an old man. Now, I might not be able to hoist a mainsail any longer, but I've picked up a thing or two about navigation in my decades of traveling.
He bounces back on his heels, every word coming faster than the last.
And I don't care much for coin, I can tell you that. An extra ration of rum here and there and I'll be perfectly contented.
Welcome aboard, Oswald.
Thank you, my friend. I owe you a debt twice over.
He gives you a toothy grin and stands a hand's breadth taller. He just... Does that even lead? There might be monsters there, Oswald. Howl of the Piercing Gaze. +1 perception, +1 religion, +1 insight.
Indeed.
The Edir Empire Part 2. Right. Eden Church. 3 books. I mean, technically, I guess. We didn't finish exploring the rest. Rotgast. Now this is what I like.
Sure thing.
They are strong to fire, which is still is pretty weird for zombies, but I guess they're kind of slimy and stuff. Minus 25% isn't that bad.
Nothing I can do.
Immunity, poison, immunity, disease.
This is futile.
We can go in and we can do a big blessing. Blessing, like I said, the blessing kind of sucks, but 50% of graces converted to hits is actually a good blessing. At the very least.
They'll fall by my hand.
He's very dead. Let's go for this guy. But it's also time to use this. Quite frankly, I don't think we're gonna be taking any more damage. Not much that matters, so let's use another one. Now I do wish I had better cipher spells, but they are pretty shit.
That's not very helpful.
Thinks you got the decency to die?
Yeah.
Level up? Where's my level up? We're so close. Oh, right. This guy isn't dead.
Smart stoning.
Yeah. It's no use.
Deer has 3 wounds? God damn. When did you get 3? I knew you had 2. Water royals with the teeming of countless tiny maggots. Nice. Can't see anything, it's so dark. Oh no! Oh no! Ooze! Got a greater black ooze too. They're weak to ice? Always surprised about what things are weak to. Fucking dying. Okay, so it's weak to cold. Do that. So. Do some blunt damage on that guy. Oh shit! It split! Level up. There's my level up. Psychic Backlash, stunning an enemy whenever they target the Cypher's will defense. Gain concentration. Concentration seems super lame. This is something that you might want if you're playing a melee caster. You take damage to prevent getting interrupted. But here, I can't really get anything that I feel is worthwhile. We already have Dominate, Puppet Master, and this, like Frightened and Sickened, it's just trash. -3 all power levels might actually be okay. Well, actually, this is pretty decent, I think. Foe AoE, Frightened. -5 resolve, -3 all power levels, cannot use hostile abilities. That's actually pretty good. Hobbled, weakened, absolute dog shit. What about here? No, this is just defenses. Concentration. This not what I want. Prayer for the spirits, smart. I actually need this. It doesn't matter, I need that. Because that's what we need to be able to get rid of charms and stuff. Even though I wouldn't mind this, now that I look at it. Because that means it's against will. So if you use it on like their front line, they can't use knockdowns and whatever on you. But it's only for 15 seconds too, so it's free too. It's either that or taking some damage thing there. But we'll take that. Proficiency, I don't care about proficiencies at all. Take a pike, maybe. Quarterstaff. Maybe the arquebus. I think it's just like an improved blind here. Three raw damage is per second is like super whatever, but why not? The other one is a stacking deflection penalty. All attacks on the target add a stacking penalty to deflection. Which might also be really strong, depending on what you're fighting. I think maybe we'll take that. Because that means that if... I mean, it doesn't really say what it does. Like, is it one attack? Like, one deflection per attack, or what? It might be significant, or it might not. Either way, let's upgrade that. Overdraw. The warbow can penetrate the toughest armor. Yeah, sure, take that. The Zaurib chitters angrily at you. Oh, there are tons of Zauribs. Where are you sons of bitches? Now what you can do is
I shall.
go in and you can like throw a fireball at them. Initiate. Oh. Yeah. That's a lot of Zauribs. I'm gonna use Watchful Presence here right away. Zauribs are strong to fire, right? Yeah, but they still take full damage. Most of them, at least. Not that guy back there, but...
Not exactly in my area of expertise.
Then we can knock him down. Also fireball. Everybody. Off.
I'd be glad to.
Ouch, what was that? Cast the spell! Ouch! Ouch! What just happened? Oh, you used Pillar of Faith too. Okay. That explains that. Go fuck up the worms first. I'll dominate Skirmisher maybe?
No can do.
No can do. Wait for me to finish dominating there. Have you played Sacred? I played Sacred 1. A little bit. I didn't like it. I think I tried Sacred 2 a bit, but don't really. Have high guards for this series.
No mercy.
Kind of just felt like it was low quality Diablo. Maybe I should try it again. I don't know.
Good and stuck.
Bam! No pen? There.
Sure.
Do I like Diablo? Not really. I almost like Diablo 3. Sky Dragon World.
Look familiar. How do you suppose he wound up here?
I think Diablo 2 has really great art direction and feel to it. It doesn't have the same kind of oppressive atmosphere as 1 does. But I don't really expect any game that doesn't have shit gameplay to like that. Diablo 3 is worse. It's the worst in the series when it comes to the story and the art. I mean, it's not like the story in Diablo 1 is stellar or anything, same in 2, but 3's story is just pathetically bad. It's just, you can tell it's just modern trash writing, and the bosses like have walkie-talkies that they talk to you through the entire story. Haunting you, ha lol. You have no chance! Every single map 4 times. But I like the gameplay. That's why I don't like 2, because it has shit gameplay. And, yeah. Guess we're done in there. He's a helmsman. This guy is already a helmsman and a boatswain, whatever that is. Triumphs. Go back to the woman, I guess. Close, so whatever. Ekitaka. Morale -1? Poor morale may lead to mutiny. Okay, but I don't want that. Why do we even eat hardtacks? Just eat something that gives you bonus morale, not negative morale. Water gives you negative morale? Yeah, let's not drink water then. Why wouldn't water give you negative morale? It's like, oh no, I have to drink water. Oh. Going to the Wild Mare. Maybe this lady wants to join my crew too, with her friend.
Don't you have a temple to find?
I found Oswald. What does Oswald owe you money for? She stares into the depth of her mug and sighs.
It's my fault, really. I should have known better than to believe that damned old drunk knew what he was doing. Man's a wizard. You understand, and a tinkerer. He convinced himself and me he could, with enough luminous Adra, create a device that would add years to one's life.
You fell for that? Okay.
Must have been a crock of shit, because one day he up and ran without a word of explanation or apology. I thought I knew him better than that.
What's your history with Oswald? She groans theatrically, like she can't bear to recount the tale.
The man's a family friend. Has been for... must be 4 generations now. The perk of being an elf, eh?
Who are you?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that. But hey, what the hell?
She rakes an impatient hand through her dirty hair.
I'm one of the countless minor nobles that litter the Deerwooden countryside. You know Admeth Hadret, hero of the War of Defiance? He's my great whatever.
Pardon my impertinence, my lady. No, I'm gonna shrug.
My thoughts exactly.
I found Oswald.
And? Where is he? Did you get my money?
Funny thing, but Oswald's flat broke. Not a copper to his name.
That twisty old pig licker. I should have known.
Han slams her fist on the table. The utensils jump. She looks away quickly, tears just budding on her eyelashes, and dashes them away with a shuddering sigh. After the brief storm of emotion has passed, she steadies herself and turns hard eyes on you.
Gods, but I'm dead tired of this wretched archipelago.
She exhales a deep sigh.
So, if you don't mind, I'll be taking my leave. May Wild's Legion of Creepy Eyes watch your back and all that.
Han gives you a curt nod and finishes the remainder of her drink with a gulp. She hustles out of the tavern without so much as a wave goodbye. Oh, you don't want to join my party? What the fuck? Okay, what do we get here? We get more mechanics. I want to get more athletics on her, but... Diplomacy. Okay, we get better shit. +1 armor rating, now it also gives you healing. Do I want that? That seems kind of lame. Take the revive. Two-handed Morning Star. Poleaxe does crushing too. Maybe I should give her a poleaxe instead. What does the poleaxe do? Fight defensively with your poleaxe, trading damage for increased engagement. That could be useful. She's not very good at engaging enemies right now. He only has one engagement, I think. Monk or priest? Priest, we can get consecrated ground. And it's even worse in this game. 5 health per 3 seconds. No, I stopped baking bread. Stopped eating carbs. Soul Mirror. 50% chance to reflect against ranged attacks. Only missed targets, okay, or missed spells, missed stuff. No, I can't eat eggs, they give me a stomachache. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind eating bacon and eggs every day. I even tried eating them raw to see if I could digest that better, And I was knocked out for a day with stomach pain. It was terrible. But so it's mostly ground beef and pork stuff. To be honest, rice cutlet. What's happened to my stomach? Nothing. I've always been relatively intolerant to eggs, to be honest. Pancakes used to give me a stomachache now and then. It's pretty random though. I can kind of eat eggs sometimes. What do you want then? He already has slashing and piercing, right? You want a crushing one-handed weapon? I don't know what. Flail? Oh, she already has a quarterstaff. Could give her hunting bow or something? I don't know, man. But no, I stopped eating carbs and vegetables. I only eat meat now. I've been feeling pretty crap for a really long time. I wanted to try doing a carnivore diet. See if I could change that. And to some degree it has worked. Absolutely. I've lost probably 6 kilos since I started eating only meat too. Don't need to eat as much, I don't need to eat as often, and I don't feel quite as inflamed all the time. I really notice it now. Like, I bought spicy sausages with like chili in them, and I ate that, and I felt like garbage for like three days. And it's just like having a fever, like your brain is just on fire. And I don't even want to give you anything here. Ball flame. Hazard AoE. What does that even mean? Doesn't have penetration. So what? You can just put it on the ground somewhere and they just have to stand in it? Let's give it a try. I don't really want to give him anything either. Alright, we're done with the levels.
Now, what can I do? You see anything?
Had 3 wounds. We had to take a nap.
What happened to your armor? You always kept it so neat.
When one of my order is cast out, we are obligated to remove the suns from our armor and wear it as a sign of our disgrace.
They've disowned you. You owe them nothing, least of all this humiliation.
My debt and my duty are to my country. I would gladly accept humiliation from the Dukes for another chance to serve the Republics.
All right.
Nope. Now, where are we going? Zongo. Motare Okosi. Tikawara. Go to Hadongo or whatever. Ral +1 from fresh fruit. Just Hazongo. I see what the shark. Can you quick save here? Yeah. There's... We're not looking for any of those. You come upon an abandoned Huana village. A few of its huts that haven't been blown across the Deadfire countryside lie in ruins. Trees felled by strong winds litter the village's periphery. A handful of structures still stand, however, and might hide something worth salvaging. You find some drugs. Ripple sponge. Find some fire kelp. You find the Ring of Unshackling. Grants suppress affliction. Actually pretty good, I think. Yeah, it's pretty high difficulty rating, it seems. Let's give it a try. I don't understand what a gold-packed paladin is. Why are they always evil? Are all gold-packed guys evil? I see them.
Stand together.
He seems very, very hard to take over, but I mean that is still the optimal target, I feel. Failed? Yeah. And what are they strong against? They're weak against piercing, slashing. We want to use that.
This is futile.
Death take you.
Knock that guy down. Where are you going? You can surround her. That.
That's not very helpful.
What do you mean that's not very helpful? You've almost killed her already. Past that, let's try dominating that one instead. There. He's dead. The Fire Crown. Light of the Coalition. Exalted Charge. I don't know, but they have a Fire Crown.
Of course.
Not even close.
Nah, using any more empowerment is just
That must have hurt.
And alright, we got the bounty. +3 Constitution. Superb Mace. Already superb? Nomad's Brigandine. Superb. Grants Lone Vanguard. Chance to convert incoming hits to graces while there are no allies nearby. Grants bonus deflection while near allies. 20% of hits converted to graces. That's pretty good. Wonder if somebody should use that. Like, they've got their armors, but... And suppress affliction. You... This immune to hangovers from alcohol if worn while drinking. Okay. I care. But his armor... gives him second chance. He revives with extra health. It's kind of weak here though. Rather, I feel like he gets up and then he dies instantly. It wasn't as bad in 1. Maybe I should just give him beefy armor. Immune to disengagement attacks. Chance to reflect against disengagement attacks. Battle Roamer. Head of the column. +5 deflection against melee weapons. Deflection against ranged weapons. They do this. His armor doesn't really feel that good. Game. Maybe we'll give this to him. It is superb. He'll be slow as fuck, but at least he might be able to... Let's give him bonus deflection right away. You look terrible in here. Plus 10% damage with ranged weapons. Your party gains increased accuracy, deflection, and reflex versus distant targets. Sort by cell value, sort by enchant value, sort by time acquired. How about sort by fucking type? Why is that not a thing? I don't want to have to do that. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, this inventory is much nicer than it is in 1. Because there, like, this is just hidden away somewhere and you have to go in and find it. But why did they remove sorting? Why would I want to sort only after these things? No sorting? Just sort after type. How hard is it? Fucking idiot. Sort after cell value is like the best thing we can do then. Or max health. Shield. He has a small shield. Reflection against gaze attacks. This shield is accuracy -8. He can sacrifice a bit of that. Grant Soul Strike. Use the luminous shard's stored soul energy to strike a target, lowering their defenses. Penalty becomes more potent with the metaphysics skill. +3 deflection improves with athletics skill. This is exceptional. This one is fine only. The deflection difference is insane. It's like 15 more. So his reflex does go down quite a lot. Hi though. Shimmer scale. It doesn't do that. It only does +2 all defenses against fire and against gaze attacks. It doesn't actually increase the reflex as a whole. You get +6 from weapon and shield style. 2 from fine shimmer scale. 4 from shimmer scale. I don't understand why you get 4 from shimmer scale. You get 4 deflection from that. Oh, now we get 79 here? I thought it went down. Am I retarded? There, weapon and shield style. Shield deflection bonus also applies to reflex. Okay. Yeah, I was just confused because it looked like I lost reflex when I put that on. But this makes sense. Ordinary sword. On belt, I'll take that. Superb mace, put that on a deer. Alright, he can use that with the mace. Buddhist wisdom, +1 perception, +1 religion, +1 insight. Alright. I doubt there's anything here right now.
You must gather your party before venturing.
Reach the Otto Lighthouse on the western side. Something's not going that well.
There was a Dawnstar settlement on Isango.
A deer kicks it, a few splinters of shattered wood strewn across the path.
The place got trampled just the same.
Oh, this is where he went? It doesn't seem to matter who he hurts. He does as he pleases.
This is Wide-Wen all over again. Only now we know it really is Aethys behind it. I'll tell you one thing. When we catch up to that unstoppable god statue, me and him are gonna have words. Lava better be alright.
Aethys was here alright.
Coral Naga Warrior. Hello? Die? Where did my fists go? There.
Say your prayers.
No help here.
Come down some more. Come on. Why aren't you attacking? Apparently Nagas explode.
What can I do you for?
Oral Naga sword. Great sword two-handed. Fine. Is that better than your sword? And she just has a normal two-handed sword. A Naumao woman whirls toward you, her eyes wide and wild. Her uniform is disheveled as if from several days' wear, and her breath comes in rapid gasps. With her are a few wounded soldiers and a huddle of commoners in dirt-stained farmers' smocks.
Shut the door, quick, before the Naga get in.
It is already closed, but her glazed eyes seem to be staring beyond it. The soldiers look up too. Their faces are drawn with pain and exhaustion, their eyes rimmed red and grey. Meanwhile, the farmers cast nervous glances in your direction, drawing more tightly together. Alright, I'm here to help.
We're the finest soldiers and cannoneers in Aora. We don't need anything.
Her hand starts to tremble at her side. There is something unusual about her brittle confidence, distant stare, and shaking hand. You can read the signs. Whatever she saw here has rattled her to her core.
She is battle-rattled. I believe that is what the Adirans call it. It happens to all soldiers sooner or later. Sometimes you leave the fight, but it doesn't leave you.
Lips pursed, Pelagina cranes her head to peer into Zahira's eyes. She blinks at you as if seeing you for the first time.
Wait, you're not the reinforcements. There are supposed to be reinforcements.
It's okay. Hazanui Karu sent me to find out what happened here. This seems to calm her. She gives you a quick, stiff salute, crossing her forearms over her chest.
Then you'll want my report. Yes.
As she lowers her arms to her sides, the trembling in her hand stops.
The first thing was the Colossus. It showed up a few days ago, a week ago, I can't be sure. But it was huge. Glowed like luminous Audra.
Her eyes started to glaze over again. She stares into the distance, her mouth slightly open. Her wounded companion, meanwhile, is staring suspiciously at the farmers. They shrink from his gaze. What happened next?
The Colossus was coming right for us. Fleetmaster Ko ordered the gunhawks and cannoneers to take up positions.
She catches herself, breaking off with an ashamed grimace.
They fought. The rest of us were sent below, like cowards.
She looks down at her hands, which she has balled into trembling fists. There was nothing you could do.
Typical Ishamadal philosophizing.
He spits.
We're trenchers, sons and daughters of Rawatai. We can handle anything.
She glowers, clenching and unclenching her fists, working herself into a bold or foolish bravery once more.
I heard cannon blasts, artillery fire. Felt the world shake. Then the water started coming in. We came back up, and the others were... I don't know. Like they'd been turned to ash. And the Colossus was walking away. The fort was flooding, where it had broken our walls, and the luminous Audra in the lighthouse had gone dark.
Where's this lighthouse?
On the western side of the fort. It's a true marvel, a monument to Rawataian engineering.
Proof we can tame and transform this place, once we get rid of the scale bellies.
Scale bellies?
The Naga.
Anne starts to tremble again. She tries to cover it with the other.
They skulked in after, once our walls were down. Those of us who were left fought, but those cowards moved through the sunken hallways, ambushed us from below.
And those of you who survived ended up here. Both Suhira and the angry soldier looks away in shame.
Those snakes are little more than animals. No match for trained Rawataian warriors. When the Hazanui's reinforcements get here, we'll strike back.
He trails off, his gaze distant at the scenarios of bloody vengeance no doubt playing in his mind's eye.
And build our walls back up so nothing gets through. And double our cannons, so we can destroy that Colossus if it ever comes back.
This is a fortress. Surely you've got some way of fighting the Naga. She bristles. What does that even mean?
The finest cannons and bombards in the archipelago. Why, you can barely walk the ramparts without...
As she remembers the destruction outside, her indignation fades away and that distant look returns to her eyes.
There's still one. There must be one. They can't all have been destroyed. But you'll need a trained artillerist to aim it.
She nods, pulling herself back from the brink of panic. What do you have against these farmers?
Dawn stars.
He coughs a wad of bloody phlegm on the floor.
Fleetmaster Co. hired them to tend the fields that supply the mainland, but they started acting strange, dreaming strange.
You mean dreaming of things to come?
One of them, Latharan, had a row with the Fleetmaster over it, left angry just before the Colossus showed up.
Hira and the soldiers glare at the farmers as if this explains everything. Think about it. How could a bunch of farmers have done this?
You'd be surprised. One time me and my brother filled this fella's house with manure, right up to the roof. All different kinds of it. That was the last time he ever called us irresponsible.
Hira stares at him, seemingly parsing his story for meaning.
I think their praying called it here, getting back at us for the Godhammer. Even if not, they definitely know something.
Practically spits at the farmers.
Spitting at our god? You ought to fear for the future of your soul.
Is there anything else?
Who are you?
Zahira, assistant quartermaster.
She crosses her arms over her chest in a perfunctory salute.
Don't go back out there. You'll be safe here until reinforcements arrive.
Her throat makes a dry clicking sound as she swallows.
Just stay away from the water. Damn scale bellies are hiding down there. They'll ambush if you get close.
Sometimes you can see them, if you look carefully.
Stares off again, gazing at nothing. Farmers don't want to talk. I'll be right back. Okie dokie.
Happy to oblige.
Last Epoch says something. Multiplayer beta patch launches March 9th. Okay, so they weren't releasing the multiplayer patch. They were releasing the announcement for the multiplayer patch. Right. Kind of pathetic, to be honest. Was it this Friday or is it next Friday? No, in 2 days. They're gonna reveal the next Path of Exile thing. I might play that. Forbidden Sanctum.
What I wouldn't do for a mongoose right about now.
Nix.
I see.
Barrel, 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 but none of those barrels are explosive. I think.
Soul in the darkness, one ready for reaping.
Ow, 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 ow. Yep.
Kinda stuck over here. Yeah.
Where is here? Knock him down. Holy shit, the deer is so slow now. Yeah, don't, let's not grappling hook across quite yet.
Looks like trouble.
Yeah? Why can't you...
Yeah?
Politics. Shit. That was a big line. Fuck. Can't you, like, rotate it? No. Hmm. No, I hate that you auto-attack. Hate it so much. Don't ever do anything unless I tell you to do. Like, it's even worse in this game. In Pillars 1, it was like, oh, okay, sure, whatever.
Stand together.
They're auto-attacking. But the problem is, if they're auto-attacking, then you have to wait for the entire duration of their cooldown to be able to do something else. Also why I don't really buy like interrupts and stuff that much in turn-based games. Even if they are real-time like this. You kind of have to have, like, if you want something that's interrupt, that it like bypasses your recovery or something. Because here it's like, okay, someone is using a spell, well, you can't do anything because you have to just randomly happen to be close to be able to do something. I don't think we have anyone who can use this thing though. A heavy brass bombard is perched atop the wall, pointing out to sea. From here you have a commanding view of the flooded fortress. Check for ammunition. The bombard itself is not loaded and you don't see any ammunition for it nearby. If anybody knows how to load this thing, it be that nervous lady. Turn the bombard toward the cluster of nog. You try, but it's stuck. Looking down, you notice the gears attached to the rotating platform are rusted. Oh, come on, you let it rust? That's just bad. That's just bad form. This is supposed to be a fort. Push the bombard into position. A deer pushes, but the bombard hardly moves. Wow. Okay.
I am ready.
What about some lube?
Could be a fight.
There we have unstable gunpowder and stuff. I want to blow that up though. Not so sure. Maybe I want to drag him away.
No rush, buddy. Do you have any antidotes? I'd be much obliged.
Yes?
Do these people normally leave this much black powder lying about?
It's a little bit weird, right?
I'd carry more if I could, but I can't.
Fine Archivus.
Sorry, friend.
Artillerist's Manual. When taking aim, the artillerist must account for both the distance of the target and the velocity of the wind. What follows is a series of diagrams specifying the ideal fire angles for targets of various ranges. Trap triggered. That's not very good. Okay. Cannonballs. I still haven't used any cannonballs.
Is there anything else?
You seem to be storing an awful lot of black powder here.
As you can see, we have need of it.
I know a thing or two about explosives, and you're dealing in exceptional quantities.
Rawatayans do not do anything in half measures.
Ragged cheer goes up from the other soldiers.
The Deadfire is a savage place. Something that Valian coin counters and Juana tribals do not seem to recognize.
We have both those who swing swords and those who count coins. You seem to have brought only those who shoot guns and talk too much.
But our people conquered Rawatai 2 millennia ago. We understand what it takes to survive, to tame a wild land.
Where could I find ammunition for the bombard?
Ammunition? We keep lots of ammunition. Get new shipments all the time from Rawatai.
He nods brightly, clinging to this hopeful thought.
Not for the bombard. Fleetmaster Ko fired it all at the Colossus. All that's left are cannonballs, and they're too small.
He sags, despondency creeping up on him like a chill.
Maybe Imuro had some. In his workshop, he was making these new explosive shells.
The injured soldier shoots her a look and she breaks off.
Please continue.
Allegina narrows her golden eyes at Zuhira's slip but says nothing. A satisfied smile spreads across her face.
Anyway, you should check, just in case. Imuro's workshop was by the northern gate.
She reaches into her pocket. She hands you a key. It's slick with her sweat. Kitchen. That where you make bombs? Oh there, fellas. Oh. Seems pretty weak to blunt. Oh, come on. I don't like how heavily they react to what you're doing. Like if you target an enemy with spells, the enemy will just drop everything they're doing and just like run straight up to you. So if you want to target them, you kind of have to wait until like you can start casting right away. Otherwise, they might just come over before you're finished. Kind of weird. Oral Naga. What's this guy doing?
That was about as useful. The bump on a
100% hit chance. Oh, okay then.
I'm no.
Got really big penetration though. Big armor. Uh oh.
Indeed.
Here, Stormblight Man. Let's not fight near the gunpowder barrels. Hope that's not too close. I don't know if they do damage when they die. Right.
Of course.
Huh? Found some cooking fat that might loosen up the rusted gears. Alright. The stairs descend to a flooded hallway. The water is clear and the passage seems to continue for quite a ways. Swim into the passage. As the passage begins to grow dim and the water is cloudy, you reach an intersection where the walls are spiderwebbed with cracks. The hall continues to the left and to the right. The way on the left is dark. There's a faint glow to your right, but still, dark shapes obstruct the passage. Orient yourself in the passage. Your finely honed sense of direction tells you that the hall to the right leads west, while the route to the left seems to bend southeast back towards the docks. Go left. The hallway curves around until you reach a door. It's swollen with water and stuck in place. You give it a cursory tug, but it will take more effort to pull it open. Use a pry bar. You wedge the pry bar into the door jamb. A door jamb? Is that a thing? And bracing your feet against the ceiling, push all your weight into it. The door pops open, revealing stairs to the surface. You swim up. You feel the presence of a soul, twisting and sinuous. It notices you too and draws nearer. Its restless essence tingles against your own. It is searching, hunting. You recognize it as the soul of a Naga.
What is this? Come closer. You glow so brightly, just like
The soul recoils from a memory of violence, like a child snatching her hand from a hot stove. What were you searching for?
away.
Memory blooms at her core. A burst of vehemence shudders through her essence.
The striped fiends profane the island, endlessly burrowing, building. They bury the Adra under stone. Sugan says we must find a way in. Sugan says I must find a way in.
There is warmth in this thought, pride. Who is Sugan?
Speaker for the gods. Grandfather to many. He leads us here. And here I must find a way in. The fiends gather at the walls, searching too. Not for me, but they see me still.
You feel a prickle of sympathetic pain as if pierced by a volley of bullets. You died.
No, not dead. Still searching.
Desperate, dissonant ripple thrums through the Naga's soul.
Stay a little longer. Your glow is a comfort here.
What are you looking for now?
A way, I said. A glowing, shining way.
As she speaks, you feel yourself pulled into her memory and into the dark abyss of the in-between. You remember it from your own brief sojourn there. Yet from the darkness, you and Janas see a bright rift, a pillar with roots that seem to reach into the heart of the world. Recognize this as a Nadra pillar.
The way glows like an anglerfish lure, but it feels safe.
It does. You're drawn to it. Drift toward it.
I will follow the way, I think. But then I see another glowing thing. This one does not feel safe.
Another glowing figure appears, this one shaped like an enormous walker. 3 stars burn above its brow. You feel Janas's fear at this walker thing, even as you recognize it as Eothas. You watch as the glowing figure approaches the pillar. It reaches out and a violent current rips through the darkness. You hear a chorus of screams, but they sound distant and distorted, as if coming from underwater. Light and energy flow into the strange being from the pillar and from the 100 points gathering around it. At last the pillar is dark. The glowing walker recedes, brighter than before. Everything is dark.
Now there is no way and no light. I am afraid.
Come with me.
You who amble and wander. I feel it in you. You drift through life like flotsam on the tides. I cannot lose my way.
I'll restore the Adra pillar, then you can continue on your way.
The way? I am searching for a way. Show me.
She melts into the ether and becomes a quiet presence beside you. Swim back to the kitchen. Alright! You pull yourself past the corner and into a labyrinth of carnage. Debris from half-collapsed walls and shattered barricades clogs the tunnel. Corpses weighed down by armor and bloated with decay bob and hover in the open spaces. You kick off the rubble to propel yourself forward. Even so, the way forward is more taxing than you'd initially thought. Partial success. You press on by the time you have a chance to regret that decision, you're too far ahead to turn back. Your vision begins to darken. You pull and kick your way ahead, ignoring your burning limbs, and focus everything on the rapidly fading light. Just when you think you can hold your breath no longer, you see light on the right and break the surface. Your abused body trembling. Everybody failed, except for the deer. Got tired. Old stiff hand protrudes from the rubble.
You must gather your party.
So you can ignore those if you want, but I want to find the ammunition. Fine greatsword.
Keeping an eye out.
Loose masonry mars the southern wall of the gatehouse. Some of the protruding bricks look prominent enough to climb. Yet the stonework feels slick with sea spray and slime moss. You estimate a difficult climb, and a dangerous fall. Toss a grappling hook to the top of the wall. Wait, unless these snakes are hard of hearing, they're going to hear that hook halfway across the Songo. Climb the tower then. You're halfway up when your feet slip out from under you. You kick around for a foothold as you try to maintain grip on the jagged stone above you. Unfortunately, your strength gives out. Your hands slip from the wall and you land at the base of the tower with a sharp pain in your ankle. Like, what do they want? It makes no sense. Partial success? Yeah, no fucking shit. How are you supposed to do this? The skill system is garbage. It's honestly worse than in 1. And the reason it's worse than in 1 is because they seem to design more things to assume that you're supposed to be able to do it. Because, like here, what is a partial success? Do everybody need to have athletics? That's not possible. You can't have athletics in everybody. Do 3 people need to succeed? Do 2 people need to succeed? What is it? What is a success? Because this check is insane. It's 8. 8? Like, that's not a... How are you supposed to have a full party with 8 athletics? You should get like 4 skill points per character per level. Out of everything that they do wrong in Pathfinder, the one thing that they do right is the skill checks. Because everybody can have really good skill checks, even if they wanted to do something where, like, if one character fails, that would still be like okay there. Because everybody can have lots of things. Even though fighters end up having like 2 or 3 skills at top. If you're playing anything else, you can have like 5 to 6 skills on one character and have really good values too. But here, you get 1, and there are more skills in this game than there are in Pathfinder, which makes it even more of an issue. Because you get 1 point, and there you get... You can get 1 if you go really, really low on int, but that's, yeah. Now we have another injury. Where did she say that his workshop is near the northern gate? Did I not go in there? Maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. Shuffler hides here. I taste his fear.
That's not very helpful. Certainly.
No one noticed that, right?
What do you mean no one noticed? You landed the blow.
Yeah.
Naga exploded. Songo Workshop Records. Received from blah blah blah. Tons of shit. They received things, yep.
Okay.
Hello, you're alive? An older man hunches over a work table, scribbling furiously by the light of a flickering lantern. His hair is an oily matted mess, and his cheeks are streaked with black. He looks up as you enter, shielding his eyes from the torchlight behind you.
Slave sphincter, those snakes were noisy. I don't suppose you brought any extra parchment with you?
He brushes a lock of greasy hair behind his ear. As he does, his ink-stained fingers leave another mark on his cheek. Shake your head.
Too bad. There's so much still to record. I'm writing it all down. My research, my work, something to survive before the next walk-in Colossus, the next Naga warband.
He blinks, his eyes wide and distant.
Do you need something? If not, I should focus. So much to do.
Suhira told me you had explosive shells for the bombard.
Only one. Just a prototype. In there.
He points to the chest against the wall.
You're welcome to it. I only ask that you compile notes on the blast radius, detonation temperature, smoke formation, debris trajectory.
He continues, muttering quietly to himself, ticking the items off with sharp jabs of his quill. There are survivors holed up by the docks. I can help you reach them. He waves a hand, already turning back to his notes.
Safety in numbers, eh? A comforting illusion. Let the others have it if they wish it.
He wipes his cheek, smearing more ink across it.
I must see that my work survives.
What happened here?
What didn't? A colossus made of Adra marched through the fort, grew bright like luminous, and scores of soldiers fell dead. Incredible.
His quill stops moving and his gaze grows distant.
Then the Naga killed everyone else. Except Latharn, I suppose. Yes, he must have left.
Latharn?
Dawnstar fellow. Arrived yesterday, last week. Complained of strange dreams. Smart of him to leave so soon.
He's gotta be acting on his dreams, trying to help our god.
The hero survived along with a few others.
They should split up. Safer that way. Better odds. Do you need something? If not, I should focus. So much to do.
I kind of know how to get to the lighthouse, but I'm gonna ask anyway.
How indeed.
A high, anxious laugh tumbles out of him.
Naga everywhere. Suppose your best chance will be up along the walls, west and south. But how to get there?
He shakes his head.
Better perhaps to keep going south, around the edge of the fort, through Fleet Master Ko's office. More cover from the Naga.
Oh well. Exceptional arquebus. One big ball. Up. Pick up. Alright, let's see if we can blow up some Nagas. I don't really see the point of bothering because the encounters are pretty easy here anyway. But just for fun. Could clamber across there too, but first. Examine the rotating platform. Rub cooking fat into the gears. Messy and smelly work. But once the gears and your arms are liberally greased, you're able to turn the bombard. The bombard continues its lonely vigil. Aim the bombard at the cluster of Naga. Paladina consults the artillery manual and uses it to line up the shot. Load the bombard. Carefully you ease the shell into the bombard. Fire the bombard. You light the fuse and plug your ears. Ammo. They're dead. No XP? Come on. Bear hurls the grappling hook at the broken wall. It catches securely on the parapet. The rope. You shimmy to the other side of the wall. Looter? Oh shit. Maybe you can go there. Hmm.
Happy to oblige.
Of course.
Load! Come on! Land faster, you fucker! Only did 10 damage. And here I finally used some strats and it did nothing.
That's it.
You can help everybody else.
I don't think I can pull that off.
You're immobilized? Ouch!
What can I do you for?
At once.
Very high deflection on this guy.
That was horrible.
Yes?
Potion of piercing strikes. Otherwise, not much to celebrate here. Black powder, now soggy clumps inside the crate. Grappling hook. Potion. Now we should be able to grappling hook up here. We just exploded everybody. So maybe there are more groups here. Rope and grappling hook. Toss the grappling hook. No sooner have you pulled it tight than you hear splashing and hissing behind you. Okay, so it's not that enemies arrive, it's just that... or that enemies hear you, it just spawns enemies. Whatever then.
Very well. This is futile.
Really? You missed versus that? Is that even possible? No, I don't think that was a miss. Just did really low damage.
I hear you.
Climb the rope. You ascend quickly and easily to the top of the tower. Question is, what do we have at the top of the tower? Way to the lighthouse, that's it. Lonely cat. They had that much luminous auto though, just to light up one lighthouse. Footprint.
That looks complicated.
You remember the feet that made these stomping across Kednua. Right. I don't really know why I would sneak past them, but let's sneak past them. Lighthouse is quiet, but for soft, sibilant whispers. There's a repetitive, incantory quality to them. Yet as you cross the threshold, an old Naga with skin cracked with skin like cracked leather breaks off. He swivels to face you, bearing one broken fang.
The sea-striped fiends send you to uproot the tree of the gods, yes? Their blasphemy knows no bounds. Go! Carry a warning of what you have seen to the other shufflers.
His tongue whips from his mouth like a ripped streamer. What warning do you expect me to deliver?
That shufflers must not disturb these roots, or the gods will destroy the islands again.
The other Naga hiss in agreement. You're saying the gods have brought ruin on Deadfire before. He bares his broken fang in surprise.
Do your stories say nothing of the many disasters? Of the shuffler nests washed away like foam? Many generations ago, the sand-striped ones built great hives across the islands, and bastions around the Adra roots.
One civilization spanned the archipelago, but the Anguithans built temples around the other.
They did not build alone. The sand-striped ones helped, as they help other fiends now. Their meddling displeased the gods. So the gods smashed their works with heaving volcanoes and crashing waves.
Speeds and bangles rattle as he brings his hands together in a loud clap. So you think history is repeating itself?
You shufflers are beasts of habit. You do not learn. You do not change. You cast off your sheddings by night, only to put them back on at daybreak. You wrap yourself in filthy, worn-out things.
A tremor of disgust ripples through his body.
Our ancestors hid deep, where the waters quenched the fires and muffled the storms. They remembered while shufflers scattered. Now, the shufflers build again.
He thumps his tail on the floorboards.
The gods see. They will tear them all down.
Bareth sent me. I am here doing the will of the gods.
The shuffler's tongue is thick with blasphemy. Kill him now, Sukan.
The other Naga draws into a tight coil as if preparing to strike. His tail whips on the ground as he considers you.
If your fat tongue speaks true, then give us proof.
Blessing. Cast Blessing. What would you consider proof?
I tell you, thick tongues lie. Forked tongues do not. If what you say is true, then surely you can speak with the dead.
He cocks his head to appraise you with one eye.
I will believe your words, only if I hear them from the tongue of my own people.
Pull Yanas's soul into the here. Hear this, Sugan. Inal's bright, wispy form appears, and the other Naga pull themselves into tight, fearful knots. Only Sugan cranes himself forward, his head cocked.
Sugan, I found the way.
Emotion pulses through her essence, crackling in the ether.
Yanis, you died. We saw.
The way became dark, but this one brought light.
She turns briefly to you, but Sugan's mouth is rigid in a broken fang grimace.
We will kill the shuffler and free your soul, Yanis.
Just listen to her, Sugan. Yanas turns to Sugan, hissing angrily.
Do old scales cloud your eyes? The shuffler glows like the God Walker, like the way.
She looks toward the dull Adra vein. Sugan and the others follow her gaze.
He will open the way.
As points to you as she begins to disappear. As the last of Yanas's essence fades back into the in-between, Sugan regards the Adra vein, calculation flickering in his eyes. At last, he turns his guarded gaze on you.
The gods give you power, yes. But is it enough? Approach. Restore the blessing of the gods to the Adra.
As your hand touches the dim Adra, you feel the same cool, pricking sensation that you did when you touched the pillar near Port Mage. You concentrate on the pillar. The world around you swiftly falls away, leaving only the vast emptiness of the in-between. The Adra and a multitude of golden threads undulating off into the distance. For a second time, you gather the threads in your mind and bind them together, forming a solid tether that ripples out toward its distant anchor. Again, a crack sounds from the terminus. Your consciousness is violently pulled along the cord. You are prepared for the sensation this time, but are still disoriented when you come to a sudden stop. You find yourself standing behind a familiar Titanic statue as it trudges through invisible waters. Standing at Aethys's shoulder, your soul is dwarfed by the massive god's form. Energy pulses along the tether, each wave feeding the Adra's movements. He stops. His head cranes behind him, again accompanied by the sound of stone shearing and buckling. His eyes rest upon you. He does not reach for the cord, but considers you for a long span of silence before speaking.
Your first attempt to contact me was brave. This second attempt, is it born out of desperation or something else? Why do you continue to follow me, Watcher of Cad Nua?
I want to know what you're doing.
Many Kith would like to know the gods' designs. Why is it so important to you?
The last time you appeared, it heralded the death of thousands.
At first, he does not respond, but there is a wavering from the light within him. A momentary dimming that allows you to see the souls within the Adra clearly.
I never sought violence or death, but Margren and the Hand Occult have ensured that the world believes the madman Widewind tried to destroy the Deer Wood and everyone in it. In truth, a war was what I desired, but not one of violence. I sought a war of conscience. If people saw that the ruins so faithfully guarded by the Glanfathans were nothing more than machines the Angwithans had used to turn themselves into gods, what could that mean?
Aethys becomes silent. You can sense his presence advancing back along the cord between you. His energy flows over your hand, tendrils of light probing into the air around you. They poke and prod at the silent lost souls hovering in your vicinity.
You are in a unique position. In spite of the work of the Leaden Key and Hand Occult, you have seen through our facade. You know the gods' true nature. Without the benefit of your knowledge, few mortals would be willing to accept the true history of their gods. After all, we weren't. The last time I walked Aora, I made a mistake in not revealing my true purpose. I believe you would understand it better than most.
Nod.
Yes, I will tell you, but this is not the time. As I take this body farther from the lighthouse, the tether grows weaker, and I have already tarried too long. Soon this link will unravel completely. If I have not reached my destination when that happens, I will need to pull more souls from your world.
Wait, is that what happened at Hasongo?
It is. When you contacted me from Port Mage, I had to sever my tether to the luminous Adra. Without it, I lacked the strength to reach Hasongo. I pulled souls from the creatures of the ocean and from the people at Hasongo until I could reach the lighthouse. The soldiers and Naga there were no threat to me. I did not kill them out of malice, but simply to keep this body moving.
Did I cause you to kill all these people?
That question, Watcher, requires a more philosophical examination than we have time for.
The edges of Aethys's massive form blur and dissolve. The huge figure retreats from you. As it moves, the tether begins to rapidly unravel. As Aethys speaks, his voice sounds garbled, fragmented, and distant.
If you would know more, find me at the Ashen Maw in Margren's Teeth. I must rest there before I begin my final work. When I leave that place, you will not be able to follow. Before I go, I should return some of this to you. I still have need of the great power of your soul, but I can spare you this portion.
A pulse of energy moves back along the golden cord toward you. It feels familiar, comforting, even before it contacts you. The energy washes over you, flooding you with feelings and memories you had thought long forgotten, until they settle back into the cracks of your soul. And then the tether and cord snap. Aethys's figure evaporating into dust that mingles with the endless gray expanse. Heat rushes over you, and the uncomfortable sensation of the Audra Pillar's presence cuts off. The gloom of the in-between is pierced by the light of the living world. You are back in the lighthouse, no longer dim. The luminous Audra beside you is filled with warmth and light.
The Naga stare at the glowing Audra, their diamond pupils wide. Sugan turns his gaze to you, his body in a half-cautious, half-coil.
Long have we kept peace with the sand-striped people. But then, the foreign ones came and spread, killed our people, built their hives everywhere.
Shodari, you attack every foreign ship you see. The Juana may not like us, but at least they speak to us.
We were sure the Godwalker came to cast them out. That driving them away was a holy mission.
Curiosity and consternation simmers in his eyes. There is no point in speculating about the will of the gods.
That is the answer of idlers and tenderbellies, too weak of purpose to crawl from their own shed skin.
His tail flicks in irritation.
We must go. I know not what this means, but our brethren should hear of it. You show us something new today, Shuffler. Thank you for this, and for your mercy.
He presses something into your palm before departing. A strand of favor. +1 intellect, minus 10% hostile effect duration, plus 10% beneficial effect duration. Gotta put this away or I'm gonna eat all of it. Another level! Hell yeah! But like, I wouldn't mind putting some more into athletics here, but it doesn't help because it's like I have to get it up to like 8, or it's just useless points. So like, what's the point in bothering? And now we have another one on this level, so let's take that one now. Use hostile abilities. And I guess we should upgrade Crippling Strike. Distract. -5 Perception, flanked. Two raw damage per 0.3 seconds. 10 seconds if they move. But it's just meaningless. They don't move. Enemies never move. And especially not on command. This, like, what am I gonna do? After this, I'm just gonna, like, run away or something? Cannot run. I mean, I could. This might kind of work if you're a ranged rogue and you initiate with it. If you initiate with this, then the bleed makes some sense. I will give it that. But otherwise it does not. Abjuration. Through force of will, the paladin can destroy any spirit or summoned creature below the paladin's level. Spirits and summoned creatures equal to or greater than the paladin's level take raw damage. 4 zeal. That's quite a lot of zeal. Increases the base maximum health that you gain with each level. 5 resistance, 5% of hits converted to crits. Immunity to disease, poison attacks, more healing done. Is this retroactive? Well, I'll take it anyway. And here, I kind of just want to go back down here and grab this. Becomes resistant to perception afflictions. Right. Or defense against. This is what I want. Didn't we have more of those? Oh, I thought we had another one of these that give you plus 20 to stuff. But no. We can become resistant to Confused, Charmed, Dominated. Tracked, Disoriented, Blinded. Sickened, Weakened, Enfeebled. Maybe I'll not bother with that, because my main character is so spec'd towards dealing with that kind of stuff. Kind of don't like this, it's too expensive. This isn't bad though, it depends like what the aura range is, but... Plus 3 health to everybody, that's 15 health total. Lord. We can upgrade that. Now what? I have Torment's Reach. Barely even know what it does. Priest. Fine Mark. Or consecrated ground. I still think this spell kind of sucks ass, but how much does it heal? 20 divided by 3. Like 6.5. $30. 32. Area of effect heal. It kind of blows. To be perfectly honest. I don't really want that. I'm really not impressed with this current level. I mean, I guess that is not a bad ability. Fencing, hostile effects. Next level. Torrent of Flame. Around the caster. Sucks ass. Bitter Mooring. Target Beam. The shit level. What does that mean? The cone. In Grimoire, yeah? But what does the other thing mean? Does it just mean that we have it in another Grimoire that we own? Is that what that means? Because this icon doesn't mean anything. Gain the ability to cast ranged spells over longer distances. Reduces the time it takes to complete a spell's cast. Bonus health. Kind of hate all of these spells, to be honest. The raw damage one and the extra range, I think we'll go with. They can't. Both of these stairways lead up there. So did they withdraw all of their Nagas now? Or do I still have to go out and kill the Nagas?
Don't let the door hit your scaly behinds on the way out.
Had another one of your talks there, didn't you? You gonna share details, or do we gotta guess?
I was rather hoping someone else would bring that up.
You don't look like you're gonna be sick this time, so I take it that's a good sign?
Aethys is not what I expected. Adir frowns thoughtfully.
Well, where's my god headed now?
Aethys
is heading to a place called Magran's Teeth.
All the places he can go, and he chooses a spot named for Magran. What could he be thinking? It feels like we're getting closer. I just don't know to what.
Question. This letter is written in a small, meticulous hand. Oh, you know I've never been one for superstition, but I'm telling you, there's something to these dreams. Couldn't tell you what they mean, only that they wake me 3 times a night. All of us working for your farm. All of us working your farms, pious Eothacians to a man, are having them too. I've got no mind to tell you how to run your fort, but I've got to look after my brethren here. We left homes and families back in Red Ceres, and now we're seeing strange things and laboring next to a duke's ransom in black powder. Or did you reckon a dumb hick like me wouldn't notice? Lethar.
Happily.
Flecks of sealing wax cling to the tip of the blade. Hasongo Fort expanded design. Warbow, that's might be worth equipping.
Scale-bellied cowards! I knew they'd run!
So true, dude. Oh, poor guy got trampled.
Look at our beacon. Even the Colossus couldn't destroy it. And those snakes aren't so tough now, are they?
Oh, Destiny. You underestimated the dangers here before. It would be unwise to do so again.
Of course.
She nods, but she is still staring up at the lighthouse.
We'll rebuild bigger and better, with reinforced walls and extra cannons. Our engineers will make this place truly impregnable.
It finally turns to you.
The Hansanui will want to thank you personally for your help here. And she should also know what we're up against.
Where can I find the Hazanui?
She's usually at the Brass Citadel in Nekataka. Though she gets called to the palace often, haggling with the Queen and the Valians. Clear skies.
Crosses her forearms over her chest. Oh, Bjorn.
Light of Aethys be upon you, neighbor. Are you looking for survivors?
Unlike the other survivors you've seen, this young man, despite a haggard look and a set of dirt-smeared tattered clothes, wears a calm face and speaks with a steady voice. Yes, actually, my friend is looking for someone we were told might live around here.
A short lady, about my age, came from Deerwood with her son. Let's see, freckles, braids usually. Punches you in the arm if she likes you, face if not. Oh, and that's if you're lucky.
No, that doesn't sound like anyone.
The young man's face remains smooth, betraying neither surprise nor interest. We're in the right place. You must know her. She has a son about your age.
You gotta be her son. Got her nose and her freckles. You don't have to lie to me, kid. I'm a friend of your mother's. She hiding from someone? Maybe an ex-lover who gave her the best night of her life?
You're protecting her. We understand.
No, I misspoke.
Forget it. Just tell me something. Your father, you know him?
I'm sorry, who are you?
Like Adir said, we're friends of your mother's.
Right, friends of Alava's.
No hint of emotion registers on the boy's face.
Yes, I knew my father when I was very young. He was a man of strong faith.
Have to be. To get a lava mad, you need a god on your side for protection.
He was lost to us during the purges, which was how we came to flee here.
So you met him?
Bjorn nods slowly.
Well, that's great. You had a dad.
A moment passes with Adir staring at Bjorn with a strange, undulating grimace drawn back across his face. He clears his throat.
Where's your mother now? Got a lot of catching up to do.
My mother is with Aethys.
There's a trace of a smile that seems to come with the last word. Adir appears confused. Meaning what exactly?
She passed the veil a few years ago. A flu.
Adir's jaw slackens.
It's possible her soul has taken a new body by now. But if she was truly blessed, she marches instead beside the shining god.
Boy's hinted smile brightens, his eyes far away. Adir's face has gone scarlet beneath his farmer's tan. His nostrils pulsate with each heavy breath.
You lied to us. Said you didn't know her. Expect me to believe this now?
It does look like he might be alone here.
Well, he hides his grief pretty well, doesn't he?
Adir stares the boy down, then turns away with a grunt and a not worth it gesture.
I'm not lying. She's buried on the other side of that hill.
He points northward.
How could she be gone?
Don't be troubled by her passing. All souls that march with Aethys receive his warmth and light.
What do you mean, march with Aethys?
Aethys has come to us twice now. Even Oblivion couldn't slow his march. We shouldn't have opposed his first coming. He meant to rally us under his banner.
Oh, I know a lot of Dead Deer Woodens who will be relieved to hear that.
He destroyed then, as he does now.
You've got the giant footprint on your back to prove it.
Aethys forced everyone to declare themselves as ally or enemy. Nothing more. Now he marches again, and we have a chance to correct our mistake.
Well, that's charitable.
I would like to have joined him when he passed this way, but I was weak. It won't happen again.
You seem confident in a god who's causing a lot of destruction.
You can't build on broken foundations. Real change needs destruction. I trust my god knows better than I do. He knows truths I'll never learn.
And got that right.
I was once lost. I struggled as you do now. But the partisans of the lighted path have restored my faith in Aethys.
But this Adir looks up at Bjorn.
What greater honor than to march in his vanguard?
Who are the partisans of the lighted path?
We began as children of the Dawnstars, separated from each other as we questioned our purpose. But then Aethys granted a vision to Gadarian Bosch. Bosch saw an illuminated path lighten the way through a black abyss.
The words fall from his mouth, bulky and awkward, as though someone else had stopped them there.
And he saw Aethys marching on the path, and Aethys bade him to march alongside.
Not quite how I've been seeing it, but everyone's open to their own interpretations.
And the Shining God told Gadarian Bosch to gather an army of the god's truest followers, and to prepare to lead it into battle.
You'd think after getting blown up, he'd slow down on the battling.
Who does Aethys intend to battle?
We don't know. The end of the path hasn't been revealed to Gadarian Bosch yet, but to the faithful, shouldn't matter.
How will you join Aethys when he marches beneath the sea?
It'll be a great journey, but we're prepared. Gadarian Bosch knows the way.
Has this Bosch shown proof of his visions?
Aethys himself has appeared in Deadfire in the form Gadarian Bosch foretold. That's more proof than any of his faithful could ever ask. What fortune to be given this opportunity, to know our God in the living world.
Why did you lie to us about knowing a lot?
Gadarian Bosch warned us. Those outside the partisans may ridicule us and test our faith, especially our old families and others close to him. we've learned it's best to keep to ourselves and those with open minds, which relations and friends mostly aren't.
Edir, did you get what you needed here? Edir takes a deep breath. He looks around, then at Bjorn. He nods, tight-lipped.
We can go.
We'll be going.
Hey, kid. What was your name again?
Bairn.
Right. This lighted path fella, Bosch. Sounds interesting. There's some way I can meet him?
He's usually on the move, rallying followers. But the partisans of the lighted path often gather in the Temple of Aethys in Neketaka. I am soon to go there myself, in fact. There's an adherent there, Ogna, who initiates new partisans. No doubt she'd be pleased to help you. Aethys needs able soldiers, even in their elder years. You should consider what Ogna has to say. It might speak to you. Farewell.
Okie doke. You guys kill each other in here yet? No? Right. I would say that about as done as it gets. But I think I'm gonna stop for tonight. That's a lot of fucking boats. Is this a bug? Oh. A songo is a mound of wreckage on the horizon when you see a dozen junks sailing toward you. Even at this distance, you can tell they are making good speed. One of the ships pulls up alongside yours, and a well-dressed Aumaua man approaches the edge of the deck. You do not recognize him, but he grins cryptically at you. I am Atsura, Grand Secretary of the Royal Deadfire Company and Special Emissary of the Ranganui of Rawatai. He nods, but he is gazing towards the songo with a peculiar smile. The otter beacon, visible even here, shines brightly. It surprises me that you have largely escaped notice in the streets of Neketaka. I suspect that will soon change. A pleasure to meet you. Your manners do you much credit. I want to extend the thanks of the Royal Deadfire Company for what you've done here. He raises one hand toward the otter beacon. You've restored a valuable asset, whether or not that was your intention. He gives you a quick, sly smile. The others at the palace will want to hear this, no doubt, and you may as well take credit while the deed is fresh. Hello, Mordenstein. Say nothing. Go to Serpent's Crown in Neketaka, and later, come and see me at the Brass Citadel. I'm always eager to forge relationships with such resourceful individuals. At any rate, I have much to attend to, and it seems you do as well. Clear skies, Captain Robin. Atsura nods as his crew makes ready to sail once more. That was not a bug. Okay, so we know where the Ashen Maw is. But wasn't that where we were supposed to go? Looked really high level though.
You blink and find yourself standing in the knee-high grass of an endless field, with the day just falling into dusk. Then, the earth falls away. The wind ceases, and you are sent tumbling up into the dark of the sky.
Watcher.
The voice of the Pallid Knight shakes the earth at your feet. You have returned to Bareth's realm. Your soul once more called to attend the wishes of the God of Death.
Once again, you have spoken with the Child of Light. Tell me what you have learned.
He makes for Magran's teeth.
Intriguing.
The Pallid Knight stares past you, pensive.
Wal attend. Tell me what your many eyes perceive.
Her words ring out, and a heavy silence descends. In the silence breaks the murmur of countless voices. They speak all at once in languages both known and unknown to you. In the space beside Berith, an eye blinks open, followed fast by several more. They are round, keen eyes of Kith, the slit eyes of snakes, the small, dark marbles of birds, the bulbous lanterns of deep-sea fish.
Here we are.
A figure walks through the cloud of eyes as one might step through a door. It is an Orlan, then a pale elf, an ocean human, a Naga. Each of them eyeless. They are Wal.
This is the first interesting thing to happen in ages. And we do so love a riddle.
The figure wears an Amawa's grin, and the many voices beneath its own titter.
We see between the strings of the world, and Eothas is there, strumming them like a lute. His tongue is still, yet he sings of a coming joy. What tune he plays, we do not know. It is complex, ever shifting. One moment vibrating in harmony, the next in discord.
A man strides through the door to Berith's realm. Behind him lope wolves with lolling tongues, and jungle cats whose long tails twitch with every step. Galawain, the changeling, arrives, and he brings with him the wild heart of Aora's untamed places. Fast on Galawain's heels, a small wave of seawater washes across the tiles. It pours off the edge of the platform and cascades down into the beyond. From out of the water rears a glowing lure, then the head of a gigantic fish. The round black eyes of Andra roll to meet yours.
My gift-bearers bring to me that which Kith most want to forget, and in their memories I see you as Wal does. You are the one who leaves chaos in his wake. You knew one of them once, my gift-bearers, Maneha. She longs to forget and to help others do the same. But when given the chance to aid her, you did not.
Like, unironically, the White March is the worst expansion ever made. Like, it's so fucking garbage. It's still haunting me. The fact that I even had it installed is still haunting me. What an absolute piece of shit fucking DLC.
You are a capricious creature, like Eothas.
Andra's storm-black eyes roll away from you.
Eothas is nothing if not resourceful. I admire his nerve.
In the changeling's voice, you hear the soft patter of rain on leaves and the rush of wind through treetops.
If his journey leads him back to us, he has proved himself worthy of return to the fold.
Eothas does not return to us. He returns to execute some grand plan. We must stop him.
Andra's voice rises like a tide, panic riding its crest. The doors lining the walls of Berith's realm slam open in unison. Warped pieces of ancient armor and the remnants of discarded weapons roar through the doorways. They meet in the center of the room, in a shower of sparks and form, the vague figure of a man. Finally, a blacksmith's sledge hurtles past your shoulder, and the figure snatches it from the air. A man forged in metal stands before you. Twin flames ignite in his eyes, and a low rumble starts in his chest. He walks forward. With each halting, jerky step, you're assaulted with the unbearable screech of metal grinding upon metal.
We should destroy Eothas, that we might reforge him into something new, something stronger. He could be a weapon that all of us might wield.
Abaddon's words carry the heat of the forge. Behind them, you hear the clang and clatter of hammer on metal, and the hiss of just quenched steel.
Abaddon speaks with wisdom. He violates not their realms, but mine.
I feel his urgency in every stamp of his feet along my spine. I will send tsunamis to slow him if Mogren would stir the earth beneath Mogren's teeth.
The water at your feet recedes. Lava oozes up through the shallow water, and a woman made from the guts of the earth emerges. She settles her characteristic broadsword on her shoulder and sighs a cloud of smoke and ash. Mogren returns.
In the age when our steps carved valleys across the face of Aora, our bodies were impervious to all but the strongest attacks. I doubt fire and water will be enough to stop him, but I will bear down upon Aethys with all the heat and fury of the earth. If I must.
The deep, bellowing cry of an aurochs shakes the ground beneath your feet. The cry drones on and on, a moan without end. Wal's many eyes squeeze shut. Andra slips back beneath her waves. Mogren dissipates in a swirling cloud of steam. Galawain's beasts cower and whine. Only the pallid night stands impassive.
My end comes to all things in time. Should Aethys care to hasten the inevitable, I welcome his efforts.
The Child of Light will not choose the hour of my death.
Mogren tests the edge of her broadsword with a smoldering finger.
He sows chaos in his longing for a radiant dawn. So much will be lost in the cacophony of fear his actions inspire.
The crack of thunder rends the air. The gods fall silent.
We can wait no longer to act. Speak with him, Watcher. Discover what it is he plans.
Water begins to creep across the floor. It swells, runs swiftly, and catches at your ankles. You scrabble at the tiles, but it's no use. The current's pull drags you off the edge of Bareth's realm, and into the fathomless beyond. You splash down in water so dark you can't see the bottom. Then, the water recedes, gone like a dream upon waking. The hard wood of your cabin's floor presses against your spine. The gods are gone, but you remain.
Alright. Well, like I said, we'll stop there. That was a longer cutscene than I had expected, but that'll be that. Probably no programming stream tomorrow. I think my parents gonna come by. So we'll see what happens in the evening. Anyhow, that's that. Thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.